Mission begins. Episode 3. Mimas. First order of business, get something to drink. This is not the best approach, but as long as I get something to drink, that'll do. So, where's the water tank? You just saw it, 293? Already filling up. 293 Kelvin, which means it's 20 degrees.
Temperature high. Toxin detected. Pressure critical.
Man,
Oxygen critical. Toxin detected.
this is not the way to live. But we're on a foreign celestial body. We are on Mimas, far out, one of the moons of Saturn, far away from Earth. We can be glad that we're alive in the first place, particularly since we're alone. There's no one here to help. There's only us.
Hunger caution.
Or rather, okay. Any way I slice it, I can't phrase it properly. There's only me. Sounds stupid. There's only us. Makes sense, but doesn't make sense. So how do I phrase this? Anyway, we are alone. And we have to depollute the air. The way to go would of course be phase change, tricks, and there would be something here. And then I would need a filtration unit. I'd rather give it a little bit of space instead of packing things too tightly. I mean, I keep saying that so that I don't get burnt again, and then somehow it's still packed too tightly. Yeah, this thing will have a chip which will then control, for example, the arc furnace, so that it can turn off if need be. Oh my god, that again. Always make an AC. Filtration. When will we get some power up? Well, it will take a while. I'm not sure if I should burn through our coal meanwhile. It's still an uncertain situation and still need to get the lay of the land to know what can be risked and what shouldn't be risked. Video check. Everything is in order. Hey, in between videos, I did some programming again. Rip. So now I have a little program here with thousands of game names. that I can just click through, so I have some stuff to talk about. And they're random, like I described in the previous video, in this way. Mission timer is still running, good. Damn, I just closed something. I didn't know escape and in ops would close the projector thingy. Damn. It's too bad that Ops Studio cannot record itself. Because it would be very nice to have on screen here an indicator that tells me whether we're currently paused / whether we're recording at all, because that's at the bottom of that window. But I cannot, you know, I think it's a simple and good idea. Too bad it's just not the way it is. Okay, so this thing would now suck everything that I want to keep into a tank, and everything else shall go back into the atmosphere, or shall go into the atmosphere. And what should that be? I think it should be oxygen, since we will have plants that will produce, so to speak, they will convert towards CO2, so we don't need an extra CO2 source here, so I would put that in the tank. And maybe the nitrogen should go into the air. Yeah, that could also be good. What was in here once again? Pollutant CO2. No oxygen. Well, it depends on what I burn. If I burn some gold, there will be oxygen. Yep. Might actually be some N2O if I do it like this. Yeah, that's actually not wise at all. But N2O is very friendly to phase change, phase change stuff. Can I make the chip, by the way? I guess the chip needs solder, huh? Steel, electrum, solder. Yeah. We need solder. Haven't yet found any lead. Do I have anything here interesting that I would want to smelt? Not quite. Then I should also, I mean, the first order of business, like I said, is something to drink here. That is kind of soft. Then I realized the air is very polluted, so that will be the next step. But then I want to upgrade the manufactories, for which I need to make Invar and Constantin, or maybe only Invar, I'm not sure. But I always make both of them. First I make Invar and then Constantin, because Invar is hard to make and Constantin is just, you don't toss it in and then you're done. Electrum Constantin, and solder, shit. For that I need lead. Haven't found any yet. Yes, we are on the slow time scale again. 1/10, so 200 minutes per day. Per day night cycle. 600 watts being consumed. No watts coming in. 600 watts by whom, in God's name? 50 watts here. 10-ish watts by these. 10, 20, 30, 40. 45. 95 with the light up here. Where is that electricity going? 95. Then we have this dude. That's 105. But I don't get 600. Where do we get 600 watts? Yeah, the doors, 10 watts each. Maybe the airlock chips are... Well, this one's off. But I guess the other one, the consoles, might still be on. You don't need them to operate the airlock. Someone told me on Discord. There's 50 watts less. No battery here yet, because I didn't produce any yet. Maybe I should actually use the steel that we have here. 400 grams. I did make enough stackers, did I not? I did. To make some large batteries. Everything is always in the way. Steel! Where are you, Steel? Large batteries. Needs gold, copper, steel, all of which we have. So let's switch to large batteries. So here, this will pump into this, will create some pressure. I will make sure that the pressure is high enough. I can use... I mean, this will be faster than the filtration unit. Oh, I need to save. Right. And, yeah, I think the save thing up there is just gimmicky. I guess I'm gonna remove it in the next video. Was a nice idea. I'm looking for ideas like this. What could I put up on the screen? It's interesting and blah blah blah. The timer makes sense and the time makes sense also. Maybe I will find some ideas in the future. Oh, we are making batteries. And we need to burn some coal. I just wanted to know. Of course that works. It worked before, right here. Maybe this is enough. Did I not make the charger yet? I mean, dude, I need a battery charger. Shameful. I should have 2 battery chargers. Yes, the soundtrack. Let's change that. Always tricky to pick one. I mean, it's radio. You never know what you're gonna find. Did this thing just charge? Yep. Shouldn't this burn out the cable? Currently loading 2.7 kilowatts. Oh, maybe a battery was charging earlier. Yeah, that could have been like 500 watts easy, of course. Let's see, 2.7. 2.2, yeah, 500 watts per battery. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's the explanation. Glorious. So, my battery, then we have the tablet's battery, not so urgent, let's go for this one first. That is the one benefiting the most. Okay, then let's do this one also, yes. Where's the drill? I was just listening to watching a few videos of Mochiba live. Boy, are they good. Out of this world. Some people don't know them, you know. Maybe put off a little bit by the name. Mozilla, it sounds like whatever it sounds like. Probably like an insect or something weird or whatever. I should just listen to Blood Like Wine and Blood Like Lemonade, right? Or something like that. They'd be convinced I need to hear more. See, that's how that works. Like in Stationeers, when you take down a wall between two rooms, you see the airstream, you measure it mix, you see the temperature. That should get you interested. So, since I'm already in ramble mode, let's get that game name thing up. Beep. Stationeers. So this is Stationeers. Hey, I was thinking about what if other games had as atmospherics, you know? But how about I do it the opposite way? What if this game had stuff that other games had? Platforming. Well, we kind of have a little bit of platforming here, but most things are on the ground, so not really. It's really, I mean, Dean Hall already said that the movement controller is exceptionally complex. But still, if I am right in front of this thing here, okay, if I jump up from here, then I can easily get up. And as long as you kind of above, okay, when your feet are close to the ground, you already have ground control, as if you were on the ground. One thing I'd like changed about that is, let me demonstrate that. I will jump straight and point to the left and then walk, and you will see I will walk to the left before I touch the ground. Okay, wait, that doesn't work. And what I would like to change about that is there should be a transition between the point where that effect begins and actually full contact with the ground. There should be a transition, you know, where that kind of increases this effect. That would be much more smooth as an experience. But also, when you jump on something, that works, yeah. But when I'm right here and I jump up, then I cannot push forward. It doesn't get me anywhere, and that is completely stupid, man. Okay, this time it worked, but I mean every other time it doesn't. So I'm right here. There's this vertical wall here, and I push forward, and now I press space, and I can't get forward. Nothing. Desperate. So you have to walk here, and then you have to like do this, and then you will jump too far. Why don't they have something like mantling? I mean, not actual mantling, but I jump here, and it will detect if you're in a mental-ish situation, and then I will just, you know, land on the edge of that thing instead of landing straight 1 pixel further so that I fall down again. That's just wrong, man. That is already swapped. That is swapped. So is this and that. So everything has been swapped. I'm sure I'm missing something. I don't know what it is, but something must be missing. Ah, I guess it was the labeler. Yeah. Not that I'm gonna take it with me before I don't have the advanced materials. So, that is solved. Now again with the music. Let's first announce to the DJ that I'm not too fond. There's a button here for that. And then... the gas in the air, for that I would need the chip to control that stuff. For that I need solder, I need to get lead. And to solve the this I need INVAR Invar needs, I believe, iron, and we need copper and nickel and iron and nickel. I should have both, but I guess I already smelted all the iron. Not a problem, I can just pick the iron that's on the ground, but I need more. So I guess, sadly, we would have to do another mining run, which gives me opportunity to talk about shit. But let's just toss some stuff on the ground here. It's so disorderly, man. I think, one of the goals that we have should be an orderly, nice, neat station. Not just one that functions, but one that is neat. Because apparently, the fact that everything is so disorderly so often implies that it is a functional aspect, that it is not so. Meaning, to make it orderly, that will then imply functional things. Functional things imply engineering and building. So, trying to make it orderly, that sounds like a worthwhile goal. What's this? Okay, let's keep that around. Moving that thing over there. Where did I toss it? There it is. Oh, 65. That's a dumb state to be in to leave the station. Come on, open. Open up. Blip. And plop. What about the oxygen? Oxygen is fine. Waste canister is fine enough. Filter. Oh, yeah, filter would still be enough, but still, it doesn't have to be this close. Dioxide. So why does it say Stationeer at the top of the screen? Because that's the... Okay, I made a game library manager. I made two. One is public, and the other one I made for myself later, like 10 years later. And this one focuses on the problem of how to select what game to play, instead of just managing all kinds of data. Because do you really need all that information? What you need is the fun. And the fun is, for example, in the choice of what to play. And in this game library manager, then I ranked, I have multiple ways to rank things, but one is just plain simply to move them into a place. Like a to-do stack, almost. Oh, I need to eat. And this polluted place, maybe not. Let's just take a bottle. Oh. And Stationeers is at the top. Ah, surprising. Where's the canister? The canister's right here, man. Right there. And there's another bottle, which is now here. I guess I got a little bit of a cold, or maybe some hay fever, is that the term? Im Deutschen sagen wir Heuschnupfen. Ich weiß nicht, ob das hay fever das englische Wort dafür ist. I don't know. Okay, mine. We are looking for lead primarily because we have found everything but lead. So let's jump around and then jump around some further, and then get down to lead.
Hunger critical.
Right.
Temperature critical. Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Hunger caution.
So, what other aspects? Stationeers is obviously already very busy when it comes to processing time and things to do. So I will just spitball and then we see what sticks. Of course, what they also thought about, what about foes that we have to fight? Someone who spawns... Oh, that's glorious. And you have to make sure that they don't destroy a station, for example. Man, this game, I mean, the word Stationeers implies station, and this is kind of stationary, as in one place. And in most shooters, what you do is you move from place to place. You're on a mission. This game is the opposite, and that's something to consider. What game then is a game where you are mostly in one place? Well, for example, point-and-click adventure games. Does this game lend itself to that? Well, a point-and-click adventure game has designed riddles, designed story, designed places. So I would say at first glance, no. What other games? Where are you stationary? Well, for example, in a game like Breakout. But that's an action game, where you have this pedal and throw the ball against the bricks and then they vanish. Or Pac-Man. Well, now they're too arcade. I think we need something that has more realism, to even draw some kind of parallel. Then, well, there are some games where you do some fighting, but you keep returning to the same places. Different missions in the same kind of places. This reminds me of something quite unrelated I thought of, and later I found the game Astronauts, which is roughly like that. A game with a simulated space station with atmosphere and everything real, you know? Like Stationeers does it. But there would already be a space station or maybe a planetary station, and there would be people living together in that place. And you would be basically, I don't know, the protagonist? No, you would just be the first person guy who wakes up there. And then, I don't know what happens. Depends on the story. When I write something, I always go with the flow. So I would have to decide for something. Hey, maybe we can do that now. Maybe we can do that. I will probably botch this now, but, you know, on camera and all that. But let's pick one. Okay, of course it would be reasonable to have some kind of cliche beginning, even though people might be put off by that. But a beginning like, you wake up and you don't remember anything, is a stupid cliche, but it is at the same time very immersive, because when you wake up in the game, or when you start reading a book, then you don't know yet the universe. For you, everything is new. And so the experience that you are indeed that guy is implicitly then there. You know, you are experiencing the same thing, so to speak. Interesting. But the reader or player could be involved somehow in a way, like the mind of the reader, the mind of the player would be stimulated to try to solve a situation, maybe a murder mystery, for example, like Memento does it by Christopher Nolan. Is it by Christopher Nolan? I think so, I'm not sure. Who is an absolute genius, and those who think he's just pretentious and so forth, let them not enjoy the best films ever made. It's alright, it's their loss. Like when people scoff at Stationeers. They are losers. Losers. I mean, maybe they're just misinformed. I give them that. I'm not saying they're guilty necessarily. So waking up and memory loss or whatever. Another possibility could be you're an AI, but that isn't good because AI is still so foreign a territory that it is hard to imagine that you are one, except if you would go brain in a jar concept, maybe. So let's go with human. Human, I would say, let's say 20 to 40 years old, so still rather young, but also adult enough to have seen some stuff. So you wake up there. Yes, and I had some idea for this space station game where you would then be living among those people, where you would have low privileges. For example, everybody would be kind of in the same shoes. In principle, like on Earth, everybody, including the President of the United States, is in the same shoes. Now you might say, well, he's not in the same shoes. The guy is rich, the guy has power. As an example, it's like Tesla, Musk. But I'm saying in an abstract fashion, we're all in the same shoes, and that's what I'm talking about in that game. In an abstract fashion, people would have to ascend. They would have a minimal. You're born, you live, and you have your minimal apartment with this allotment of food and water, but you have no luxury, nothing. If you want luxury, then you have to work, you have to contribute, and everybody wants that because the minimum is really just only survival. So then you go to work to make some cash, you earn some privileges. So you would have more water allotment during the day, you would also get juice, fake juice, maybe even eventually real juice. And the players could, for example, get used, since they don't know that universe yet, to the idea that everything is artificial. So when the juice is introduced, orange juice and such, that's all synthetic. Like these days, they're beginning to create synthetic flesh, synthetic meat, and so the player would really not. It would really kind of come as a surprise that there would be some rich people. They are so rich, they have real juice. Not as slaves, because that's completely a stupid topic to talk about, but as something to drink. And I'm not talking about vampirism either. I'm talking about, orange juice. And I'm not talking about people with a skin disease. I'm talking about fruit juice. God damn it. So, oh my god, what did I say now? Orange drink. Bill Hicks. Yeah, so you would have then indeed to work somewhere. Maybe you would have to indeed do as the player some menial tasks, possibly. I may be doing some menial tasks in this game too. Mining, for example, is a menial task. Or laying pipes from A to B is a menial task. Or printing some cables and putting them in a box, and printing some cables and putting them in a box, and that kind of stuff. And the examples I just gave are even ones that could be part of the real simulation, as in meaningful, not just fake. So this is how you can earn privileges, but what you can also do is you can risk going off script. You could steal, for example. You could play a thief game in there, but this would all be in the simulated environment. Maybe, for example, you want to break into someone's apartment, and what you do then is you do some engineering so that they will leave the apartment and say, hey, someone can repair my it's stinking, the air exchange is bad, and while they're out, and someone else might eventually come to repair that, you have the opportunity to steal from them. I'm not going to say rob, because rob is not the term. Rob is under threat or actual application of violence. Which is why the money that they force us to pay so that we don't go to prison in Germany for our state television, yes, that is the thing. We pay 8 billion every year for that, and they have about 50 television channels and about 50 radio stations and about 500 social media accounts officially financed, and they have some YouTube accounts officially financed, some of them, for example, only in Arabic, because that's the nation's language. Yes, for integration, I get it, but still, dude, and we have to pay for that, and it's called Grundversorgung. I don't know what the translation would be, but let's say the base needs are supposed to be met in regards to entertainment and information quality and so forth. The base needs, 30 fucking or 50 fucking radio stations and television stations each, and well, dude, that's insane. And they want more money. Of course, they want to increase that. So, like every organization, that thing has become self-running and has gotten so much momentum. And I want to end that shit. I want that must end. It's just bad. It's polluted it's through and through, and it's also intensely politically leaning. That doesn't fucking fly, man. It is no longer a pure information. It is, brainwashing. It's to a large degree, it is brainwashing. It also has good quality stuff, and it's not just politically leaning in one direction, but it is strongly politically leaning. And so the insanity is supported. What's this? wrong mining belt. The insanity that is running rampant in Germany is just being perpetuated by that. And yes, the German people are insane. But that's alright, because in the global average, I mean, look at the United States. The people are also insane. I mean, as a people, as a collective, what they're doing, the decisions being made. How can you vote for Biden? I mean, seriously, it's just completely insane. Maybe that was the only alternative to Trump available, and then you thought, well, that has to be the way then. Well, is that the right choice? But let's go back from political. I'm saying this money that we are forced to pay, else we will actually go to prison. It's 250 or 230 euros a year. I'm not sure how much exactly. I haven't yet found any lead. I wonder if there's lead on this moon. Else you go to prison. And I would like to call that robbery, but of course, strictly speaking, it's not. Now back to topic. Where in the space station, in the moon planetary station, you can, for example, steal. But then I'd like to have another game where you will actually be pursued by some kind of AI, so to speak, by the police. They try to find clues that you potentially leave behind. People who have seen you in the streets, when you were caught on camera, when you left some breadcrumbs behind, basically, metaphorical breadcrumbs, that they would try to pursue you. And this might actually be using some rubber banding here and there, and some cheating. I don't know. I'm not sure about this project, but it's interesting at least. Because I mean, one of the most interesting gaming experience for me has ever been stealth gaming, where there is this NPC which might not be super intelligent, but it's just standing there and you don't want to be observed, so you're hiding. And this idea of hiding so that you're not perceived gives them much more credence as a being and makes it much more interesting, much more immersive to be there. The motivation is strong. And in the same way, you could experience the potential observation of the pursuers. And that might lend itself to the same kind of quality. See what I'm saying there? This is possibly a game that, or a game concept even, that once it comes into being, we will think, God damn it, how did we live without this? I don't think it's really an epiphany that's going to happen there, but it could indeed be something very welcome, and could indeed then not just be one project, but, you know, more games like that. And so this could then be part of the space station game when you steal stuff. And this whole thing would be engineered, so everything would be functional. There would be air pressure, gas pressure, mixture, like here, you know, like in this game. And so I find it very cool. Some people haven't heard this yet. I mean, I'm an avid reader of the Stationeers Discord and of the Steam forum also, although that is not so worthy. I mean, 1/3 of the people who are hanging around there are assholes. That's just the way it is on Steam. That's the way it is. But on Discord, 95% of the people who are there are really good, and 5% are kind of too talky and are too addressing the developers too easily. Like, hey, I thought of this random thing, and I want you to. Hey, CEO, I had this problem there in my game world. Can you help me? What, dude? Come on! This is detrimental to the entire project. Of the other projects that Rocketworks is running, and to this project also. I mean, the machine needs to be fluid, needs to keep running. You don't want to throw a wrench in there. You don't want to do that. And then there is the occasional asshole indeed also on Discord, but it's really rare. So avid reader of that, and so for me it's completely normal to know a few things. Let's say they will definitely implement nuclear power. That is definite. That is planned. That will happen. And so this uranium on the worlds will then finally find some use, right? I mean, that's presumably what will happen then. I don't know more. I don't know more about that or what their game plan there is. I also know that they want to implement, they would like to, really strongly like to implement terraforming. That would be an extra DLC, I believe, then. Since they've seen that the mod is very welcome and it actually runs on this engine. But there's no time schedule for that yet, no time plan. But there's also no plan, at least not that I heard of, regarding nuclear power. That though is still on a different scale. That is something that's certainly planned. That will come. What will come this year has been announced at the end of December is that they are working, that they will swap this entire terrain system out for something else that will be finite instead of infinite like this one, and it will be much more diverse, so we'll have reason to travel, and maybe it will then also be compatible to the rover. I think that the Rocketworks team will certainly try to take that in stride, because they keep hearing that the rovers not being there and still being advertised is a problem, and the people want the rovers, and yeah, and they made the rovers for a reason. They want the rovers too, I guess. How strongly they want them, we will see then when they remake the terrain system. Presumably, the rovers will make a comeback after that. So my personal take, I have a rover video up. You can actually play them with some tricks, easy tricks, simple. That they need some redoing, some change. I mean, for example, they have an atmosphere in there, right? But to get in there, you just open the door, you get in, and then you're inside. And that thing is an airlock. Of course. I mean, I think even the ships in Space Engineers have airlocks. I think. And when I say even, I'm not saying that Space Engineers is bad or anything, but I'm pretty convinced. But I know little about Space Engineers, and I know it's a bit of a fickle topic because often it's being brought up together with Stationeers, like as of some kind of competition. But when there is a competition, Stationeers is the engineering game, and Space Engineers is the voxel spaceship fly around construction game. Is that kind of the correct summary? I mean, I've played Stationeers to death, and with Space Engineers I've only played for like 5 to 6 hours maybe, so I know little about that game, but I think that's the gist. Where's the lead, man? I need lead. Or does this planet not have any lead? It's the moon. Okay, it's a moon. Yeah, I mean, okay, I find the idea very romantic to kind of to have your own home in a game, to return to that, your cave. See, I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe no game has yet tickled that itch correctly, because I think, I mean, I cannot remember having felt that in a game that actually when I got around to having that. For example, in Deus Ex Human Revolution, you have your own little cave. Or is that Mankind Divided? Or is Mankind Divided, right? And other games also, maybe Stationeers also. I think, I mean, the human history we always had the cave, you know, the place where we returned, the home. That was always there. Yes, we were nomads also, a lot, nomadic people, but then we would be returning to the tent, which we were carrying around with us, so implicitly that's the home. And so I would like to have a home in a game where I can return to, a place that is really my own. It's also nice that they put that in Cyberpunk 2077. Though I found that a bit underdeveloped. I'm not complaining about the game per se. I have to play that more. I only played like 50 hours or so, so I don't know too much about the game. And so in this, I find the idea very romantic to have this space or planetary station situation where you are living in your own little home. And living there is kind of, well, isn't it? It's interesting, isn't it? Kind of what we're doing. I mean, we're going to work and we're looking forward to closing time. I do that too, even though when I'm working, I'm fully immersed in the work, because then the result will be the best and also the time will fly the fastest. And I want to achieve both. But I'm also looking forward to, you know, playing Stationeers again, for example. But we are all looking forward basically to when we're free, and that implies then not just vacation and such, and I mean going away and going and partying, but also going home, sitting there on our asses, reading a book, just sitting there. This is being, you know, you now you exist. Take a breather, maybe watch some television, some shows, go to bed, wake up in the morning, stretch, and enjoy the vase that you put up and so forth. You know, you're home. Maybe the games didn't tickle me so much in this regard yet because the things that you can put up there are useless. They're only decorative. And maybe it's really maybe I'm still kind of mentally a bit underdeveloped when it comes to enjoyment, so that I'm striving for things that have meaning, that will then tickle me. Maybe other people can more easily just enjoy a decorated home, decorated Minecraft worlds, you know. I can't do that. To me, it's just insufficient. I need something that does something functional. But can't we combine the two? Can't we just say, okay, let's simulate then the thing that we have there? For example, if it's a light, then it needs electricity. It has a light bulb. It needs to be turned on. It can be shoved around, it can be placed in different locations, so the light will feel differently. I mean, that's not new. I'm just naming a few things that the thing should have. So light source. Then what else? Well, I'm not the right guy to ask, because my life takes place 99% inside the computer, at work and at home. That's just the way it is. So let's change topic. So what else could be inside Stationeers? That other games have. But I said about the avid reader of the Discord. What else will be coming, also with high probability, is that this concept of the traders will be expanded in the following way. The traders, they need, some of them need atmosphere. You need to make a hangar. You basically need to make accommodations so that they can live, so that they can survive. And that would then be expanded upon in the way that you would have to create basically hotel rooms. Or, you know, where settlers can live, can survive. So yeah, that would be a thing. That sounds interesting to do. How exactly? I don't know yet, but interesting enough. I mean, if you're already doing this, I mean, we can just walk around and drink something from the water bottle filler, but it is also neat to put up the bed and make a little room into which we can retreat, and that's nice. But it is nice, that's all it is. The moment, though, we get some hard reason to do so, then we would do that still, but with much higher motivation, and that's exactly what they have planned. Well, time to click then. Sid Meier's Civilization. So, could Sid Meier's Civilization benefit from atmospherics? No, it's a grand strategy game, so... Isn't it? Control-Alt-Ego, very cool game, and yeah, that could benefit from atmospherics, because it takes place in a 3D enclosed space, actually in a space station. You play basically an disembodied soul, so to speak, that can take... I mean, I have a playthrough video up on Control-Alt-Ego. It's not very far. There's a free demo on Steam that you can download, and you can play the demo as far or even slightly further than my video goes, so I recommend that you do that. What you can do there is you can just take over a robot, and then you can control the robot. The robot has certain features, and you can teleport from there to a different robot, or even into a device, like a lift, for example, and then trigger it to go up and down, while the robot that you have been using so far is standing on the platform, being transported, therefore. Or there's this kind of strategic stuff is going on there. Then you need to level up your ability to even do so. 500 meters. I haven't found any lead yet. Is there maybe no lead here? That would be a problem, man. I mean, of course, I could trade for it, but I didn't hear any news saying that there would be. I mean, there's this channel on YouTube which has Stationeers news, and I'm perusing it every once in a while, and they tell me the new stuff, and they didn't say anything about that. So I guess that's not a thing. So why would there not be any lead here? Perfect.
Hydration critical.
Copper. I need lead, man. Lead. Oh, there's lead. Okay, Stationeers news today. Dip, 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 dip. Oh, wait. Welcome to another episode of Stationeers news. This just in. Mimas has lead. That's the leading news today. And your anchor was Well, whoever the fuck I am. So, we have lead, so we can make solder. But apparently lead is rather rare, so I want to rather dig around it. Oh, there's more. And let's dig all this free before I take any of this. Water I need to drink. Okay, let's drink something then. I know I'm in easy mode, so I can just leave the helmet closed. But I don't want to be in easy mode. I played easy mode to have more time to toy with the engineering stuff instead of hasting too much. And so far that has proven to be the right choice. I mean, I've played the hard mode of enough. I don't have to prove anything except for myself. I mean, except Venus, that beast. Still, I haven't dared to really play. Why? It is a psychological thing, I swear. Must overcome this. There's the potential that few people play Venus, and so me playing that and succeeding on hard mode would then be more outstanding than me succeeding on hard mode on other worlds, thus implicitly having more leverage as an internet phenomenon. I know the word internet phenomenon is ridiculous. I'm just using a term that's trying to point in the mental direction, the mind, to point the mind of the listener into the direction of the meaning that I have in mind. So that would then be more relevant, you know? And if it's more relevant, this means more energy is being moved. More energy being moved, that would mean that more people are being affected. If the people are not okay with that, then I might feel that as energetic feedback through space-time, as a force that makes me decide not to play that. I know this sounds ridiculous, but that's just because you're all children. Newton's third law of motion does apply in the realm of the mind. Okay, let's go back on topic. Control Alt Ego. Yeah, this is basically any 3D enclosed space game could benefit from atmospherics, because there would always be, I mean, hypothetically, always be a way to utilize that meaningfully. Yeah, let's toss that out. I do need the lead. I should have taken... Dude, next time... No, it doesn't help. I would take a mining beacon, but I can't take a mining beacon here, because the mining beacon would be off. I would have to turn it on to find the place again. But to turn it on, I would need to put a battery in there. And the battery would run out. Well, I could take more stuff with me, so that I would be able to build something here that I could remote control and turn on then when I feel that it's time. But there would be so much tech overhead and ultimately still rely on a battery running that I'm not sure if that would be feasible, particularly on Mimas where you don't have energy, you know? Ah, fuff. Now the GPS cartridge, that would have been nice now. But I don't like to play that because it is like a hack and I'm looking through the world itself into the programming. I know in reality we could have that also without that being a cheat. But in this case it would then feel too close to being a cheat. I want the simulation rather, the realism. So how can I find this place again? I don't know, I can't, I guess. Is there something I could just toss out? I don't wanna. But lead is important. Okay, different game then. Creeper World 3. Do you know Creeper World? If you do not know Creeper World, please take a look at it. It's a very entertaining real-time strategy game, you would say, but I personally don't like real-time strategy games. This game I do like. Let's summarize what the game does. You see, let's say I will talk about Creeper World 3, which is two-dimensional, top-down view, even though it does have elevation, but in principle it's just two-dimensional. So there are 2 or 3 spots in the world where some blue stuff will emerge, like water. And this water will then slowly creep all over the world. That's why it's called Creeper World. And when you get touched by that, you die. What you can do is you can place some turrets up that would shoot at the stuff, and so it would be driven back a bit. You can put more turrets there, but the turrets, they also need energy. So you need wires, cables which transport the energy there. But you only have limited energy, so you need to produce more, you need to put up more power planty things. And there are different kinds of cannons, and you can also develop, you can advance to different technologies a bit. These playthroughs are basically always fun, until you have played the game to death, I guess. But I think I played every level of Creeper World 3, for example. At least the standard levels. It's a fun game. I recommend that you take a look at it. Also lends itself nicely, once you have gotten used to it, have played for like 5 to 10 hours, to listen to some show or some YouTube or audiobook. It's very good for that. So that is for a chill fun time, just like Hard Space Shipbreaker, you know? I wish you could turn off the story in Hard Space Shipbreaker, because, I mean, it's not shit. I mean, I don't share every critique that they have, but it is annoying, and that, I don't know, is that a punk style or haircut or whatever, bitch? It just keeps yapping and yapping and yapping all the fucking time. This is just annoying. I don't want that. And it's unskippable. It's unskippable. God damn it. Creeper World Arc Eternal. Could that benefit from atmospherics? Well, Creeper World Arc Eternal is basic planetary scale, even though it's like only, like, say 10 by 10 kilometers, for example, or maybe 1 by 1. Who knows? And it's a bit abstract. But there could still be some kind of terraforming concept in there, which would then allow you to change the atmosphere, and this in turn could have an effect on the gameplay. There's not necessarily atmospherics. I mean, terraforming and atmospherics are they're not really connected. See, we have atmospherics in Stationeers, but we also could have terraforming, which is independent of that. The atmospherics, they are based on, they use as a foundation the planetary atmosphere. And the planetary atmosphere is a thing that could then slowly change over time by means that you can employ, which in my opinion should take a lot of power. See, for example, the second Alien film, Aliens, and so that would then lend itself to nuclear power. So looking forward to that, all that stuff, you know. So please, if you know someone who doesn't yet have Stationeers, try to get them to get the game, because I'm sure, I mean, if you enjoy Stationeers, then I think at some point you didn't, right? But then eventually you grew up enough, you learned enough, and then finally it clicked and it worked. And I believe that most people are like that, if not everybody, because I think that ultimately inside we are all running on the same engine. Men, women, children, adults, black, white, Chinese, and so forth. All the same machine on the inside. And so I think that everybody will love Stationeers. Just like I believe that everybody can become a tech genius or a musician. You just have to put enough time and work into it. That's all. I mean, if you think you can't, and then maybe you have a hard reason, like, well, I don't have hands. But, well, I wish you had hands, really. But apart from that problem, well, because they're so much fun. Anyway, where was I? But in principle, when you tell yourself you can't, then that is just you having the wrong fantasy. You should just realize, I mean, there's enough indication for you to understand that you are living fantasy. You are fantasy that imagines itself. And what form the fantasy takes is then also imagined by that fantasy. This is not an instantaneous thing from moment to moment. It is a slow, inert process, but it is like that. And so you can slowly chisel away at things that you don't like, and you can slowly sculpt things that you want to be in there. And part of that is, for example, to try to convince yourself that you're God himself, which is what I did. And with that, I mean, I don't assume that I am the God. I assume that everybody is the God. But that's, I mean, I don't want to go into my theistic worldview. I'm trying to say that sets your will most free. Because then you believe that your mind's limits are really arbitrary. And then you will set your goals higher and further away. You need to stay realistic. I mean, row your boat gently down the stream, but... you know, so let's try to get back to the lead. Because I think I can still take some of that with me. If I find it again. But, I mean, you have to keep it balanced and realistic, but you should assume that... I mean, it's basically the American dream in the mind that I'm trying to sell you here. There's no limit to your mind. But no. But, well, okay, yours then maybe, but the other guy over there. Hey, interesting, colorful stuff. What is that? Nothing of value. Oh, wait, right. Well, I can still take some stuff with me, and iron is the most interesting material other than the lead, if I would find any. So let's take some more iron. Beep. I hate this automatic hand swapping. I fucking hate it. If I want to swap my hands, I would push the hand swap button to swap the hands. I do not want the hands to swap by themselves. Thank you very much. That must be optional. It must be optional. It fucks with my flow. Suddenly the other hand. Why? Why? When this is that's happen? When I drag this over here, but not when I pick it up directly and so forth. It's just too complicated. Give me something that every programmer understands. You have to consider. Expectable behavior. The more complex the rule system is behind the behavior of the program, the less expectable it is, man. So, the day is dawning, huh? It is. And I think we can see the station. Right there. Or am I mistaken? Okay, that sounds a bit like thingy performance-y copyrighty thing. Pop. So Creeper World, take a look at that, please. I mean, if you have fun gaming, and if you're watching this stupid video, then you probably do have some fun gaming, then you should take a look at Creeper World. It is kind of a hidden gem, not gem, I prefer gem, though I do feel a bit funny pronouncing it. Yeah, that's... This seems like I'm close to the station, maybe. Where is it? Oh, it's not where I thought it is. So I was irritated by the light of the sun hitting the landscape and showing me some glittery stuff in a place. And Creeper World 4 is also very good. It's the 3D version, and I've also played it, not as much as Creeper World 3, but maybe just because life goes on, and Creeper World 3 I played that a lot. And maybe Creeper World 4 has some downsides in comparison, I'm not sure. But I can tell you it's good fun. It's good fun, I recommend it. Lord of the Rings, War in the North. Yeah, I played that also a lot. Fun, 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 fun. Atmospherics in that game, well, Well, some polluted atmosphere where you can't breathe really, you have to hold your breath, you run in and do some stuff, then you run out again. It doesn't lend itself to that. I think atmospherics does go into the direction of technology and science fiction, so no. That would just, I don't know, that would be kind of fucking with that universe, a universe that no one should ever fuck with, it looks like. Oh. I think we burned out, man. No more electricity. Good thing the airlock isn't yet. Wait, is this airlock already? Good thing I have two airlocks. And the other one isn't yet... Oh, is it also? Ah, I don't remember. I think it was not yet. But the inner door is open, I think. Yep. Yep, burnt out. Shameful. Ha, forbidden coal. Where is my coal then? So after this long excursion, 57%. So the small battery is indeed enough for that thing. And I guess we burned out because I charged so many batteries. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, let's plan the smelt then. I should make another mining backpack. Tool manufactory. How much lead do we have? I want to keep some of that around because it wasn't too easy to find. So let's make this amount of solder. 50, 50, 50, 50, okay. Trail makers, yeah. Hey, wait, where's the emission timer? Did I minimize that? No wonder this stupid save thing wasn't showing up. Yeah, too bad. I can't grab a window that is not on this desktop and that is not currently visible, but in the background. So there's always lots of window fiddling when I'm doing this. Maybe I should at least combine my applications into one, so I only have one window to deal with. Not the answer. So then we would we have some electrum, not too much, I think. 200 grams. Okay, that's good for a start. Invar then. Iron, nickel. Iron, nickel, iron, nickel, iron, nickel, copper, nickel, iron, nickel, copper, nickel. Pumper, nickel, iron, nickel, copper, nickel. Maybe also more steel? I mean, you always need steel, man.
Hunger critical.
I have lots of steel, but still. And the rest I will keep around because iron, 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 iron is needed also. More lead. Oh, wait, how much do I have here? Yeah, I have tons of nickel, but do I have tons of... once the furnace is running, I should go inside and smelt everything. Which tells me maybe I should put up another stacker right here, which stacks everything to 500. That would make sense. I have been doing this a lot recently. Another stacker then. And of course, 2 more large batteries for the 2 power thingies we have there. The other power supplies. Large. That's in Poland they call the stackers Zaka. Yeah. Or was it Czechoslovakia? Or the Czech Republic? I keep confusing the two. I think Czech Republic is what they say these days, and yeah. I think I should have a door somewhere that is independent of airlock logic. In other words, I need another door, and currently that's still feasible because the station is not yet pressurized, really. An emergency door right here. Hey, what? Why did the... Oh! Oh. Oh, shit. Of course, that overpressurized. Aha. Okay, that's an interesting engineering problem that we have right here. Well, if you haven't played Trailmakers yet, it's one of those mechanics games where you have to... what's the term? Okay, let's say you have some wheels that you stick on some axles, and then you put some motors in there, which will then be strong. I mean, if you put more motors in there, then you will be even stronger. And in this way, you can make a vehicle. And how stable that vehicle will then be depends on how wide you make that, for example. It's very intuitive, the outcome that you will achieve. And the campaign is very simplistic, and I wish it was less simplistic, but it still was very fulfilling to me. And that is, you have none of these upgradey thingies, the parts that you can build, but then you find some, and this will allow you to build more things. And this will allow you to reach other places where you then find more of the things that you can then attach to your vehicle. And so forth and so on. Cheap, but awesome. Really fun. So, Trailmakers, I can recommend that, though it doesn't really have a campaign. This campaign I just described is fun, and they have some DLC. I bought both of them, the High Seas and something about Skies, and I've started playing the Skies thing, which is also fun, but then I stopped for Stationeers and other things. It's mostly for sandbox play and for multiplayer. But, campaign stuff they also have. So, at least you should take a look at it. Could it benefit from atmospherics? Well, it's too wide a world, I think. It's not a roomy thing. No Man's Sky. Well, it could benefit from atmospherics, definitely. The ships, they could have a bit more parts. I think they don't have airlocks, right? You're just inside or you're not inside, right? But they could have airlocks there, and they could have air mixture there, and you could play maybe an alien also, which needs a different air mixture, or maybe... And so forth. The machinery heats up the room, so you need some cooling devices. So all that could be in there. I mean, they don't need to be like here, you place it down, you pipe it up and so forth. They could rather be modules that you place in module slots. But still, that could be a thing. Not the best idea, but, also not shitty either. Ship Graveyard Simulator. Have played that also, like 20 or so hours. It's not bad. Ah, shit. I mean, to a stationeer, it is kind of boring because you have a hammer and you hit stuff, and that's the game. If I would be summarizing it hyperbolically, which that was, yeah. But then again, there's also Dismantle with a Y, which is very fun to me. I have to return to that game at some point. They have achieved the right balance between... Okay, it's kinda grindy, but I can sink into that grindiness of the game. Yeah. So if you don't know Dismantle with a Y, please put that on your wishlist or on your radar. Take a look at it. Dismantle. D-Y-S-M-A-N-T-L-E. Yeah. Shoots. Pancora. I haven't played enough of Pancora yet to even say if it will benefit from atmospherics, because the game might well have atmospherics. I mean, you do have oxygen that you need to breathe, and you need to be in certain places to recharge your portable oxygen, but I think so far, I mean, from what I've seen so far, I must stress, that seems to just be well, a small aspect, and not one that is actually evolved. It's only a small thing. They don't have gas mixture, they don't have gas temperature. So that could be in there. I don't know if it would benefit the gameplay. The gameplay is some kind of mystery game with some kind of satisfactory like stuff, except yeah, well, it's a bad comparison. Resource management base building game, but not as complex as this, by far not. And some complexity on that front, that would be way cool. Yep, that would be way cool, I think. I mean, what Stationeers could benefit from is some story, some more background, some more motivation to be here to do all these things. So far it's technically only a sandbox, even though the sandbox is so complex that the engineering gameplay is enough to be the entire game. I'd be satisfied if it stayed like that, but of course I wish for more. I will make this ready again, but I will not close up the last window. And so, on the other hand, then, since Pencora already has some kind of mission-y gameplay and such, then it could certainly benefit from... Oh, that was the last one? Fuck. From some atmospherics technology simulation stuff. That would be cool. So I think that would fit, yeah. I mean, we're on a foreign world and we have to care about oxygen already. So that would kind of fit. Witness now, we beta players already have proper tooltips here. Yes, we do. Not just the new lander gear. And thank God I was insistent on this. Okay, I don't know why they actually added this, but now here you can search some, press escape. You still... Oh, they didn't fix that yet? Because now the cursor is no longer active up there. But at least you can press escape, and then you can press escape again, and then it closes. Or, you know, just type escape and escape again, then it closes. Before, it would just close with escape. So that's an improvement. Bip. Red Faction Retail. Okay, Red Faction. Also played that at least 3 times, I think. Even though all you do is whack stuff with a hammer. And I think it could actually... Yeah, a game like that, I think we should have another one, like Red Faction Detail. Like Red Faction. Red Faction, good game, but some things about that I found underdeveloped. And if they would be developed further, that would make the game way more fun. An entire more dimension of fun. For example, it does have stealth gameplay, but that is completely underdeveloped. It doesn't really do that properly. I wish it would do that properly. And also the building crumbly stuff, cool, but in part a bit samey. Should be more contrasty, I think. Okay, I can't conjure now up all the thoughts that I had in that moment. This one, yeah. Okay, that's the wrong way. But, yeah, it's the wrong way. Let's change that. I don't want that. So could Red Faction benefit from atmospherics? Not so much. I mean, you're destroying a building, the atmosphere escapes. Hard Space Shipbreaker. Yeah, super cool game. But you're only deconstructing, and there is some simulation there with electricity and such, but it's not deep. I mean, I played this game for how many hundreds of hours? Really great. I don't see it right now. Let's continue. Lucius, Loop Hero, weird game. Cities, skylines. Well, it's too large scale for atmospherics. I mean, I don't insist on atmospherics. It could also just be engineering, you know? But what I'm saying, it could just be engineering, it could be atmospherics, could be either, could be both. Stationeers stuff, you know? Like back then when we played Minecraft and thought, oh man, I want Minecraft stuff in other games too. That's what this is. And yeah, I want Minecraft stuff in other games too. For example, let's see, we have Deus Ex Human Revolution. In that game, there are turrets, and you can actually pick those up and carry them around. And in this way, you can change the environment blockwise. You can take a block from the environment that is functional, that is simulated, that does stuff, and by you being able to rearrange that, you can change the gameplay. Only very slightly, but it is an example of what I mean. And also another example of what I mean is that in Minecraft everything's real, even though it's a kind of hollow. I mean, that's the dirt block, that's the dirt block, and that's a stone block. But in principle, they are meaningful blocks, and I need to eat something. How much food do I still have? And where do I have my food?
Temperature critical. Low pressure. Toxin critical. Hunger caution. Oxygen critical.
Oxygen critical?
Power low.
We'll possibly have some pollutant now in my... But let's wait and see. Do I have lung damage? Officially not, no. So, everything here is repaired. No, it's not. I still have to do this. Screwdriver and glass sheet. Oh, and more glass sheets. What the fuck, man? Okay, only thing missing is that I place an iron window here. Oh, and it's the wrong way. So I'm saying we can learn from these games, and when I say Minecraft stuff, I'm not saying that everything should be built from blocks and should be destroyable. I don't mean that. If I'm talking about a destructible environment, for example in Deus Ex, the classic one, of which I'd do a remake at some point, then I am not talking about what's the word? Yeah, destructibility like that, but if you place a couple of lamps, then you can knock out a brick or two in the Town Hotel wall. You know, that kind of destructibility. As in, it is real and you get the feeling, but ultimately the building will hold. You know, that will usually not be a problem. Now back on topic, city skylines. No, astronauts. Yeah, you should take a look at astronauts. The graphics are gruesome, but I hope they will improve that. And you're living on a space station with others, and you can actually, the space station is simulated with gas pipes and oxygen tanks and such. It sounds very alluring, and it is. However, my experiences there were not as deep as the promise that I just described would suggest, but it's still in early access. They're building and building on that thing, so I recommend that you put that on your radar, particularly once they overcome their dwarf fortressiness. And yeah, I know that Dwarf Fortress by now has better graphics, or actual graphics, I know. Did I purchase it? No, I didn't yet. So now back on business, what do I have to do here? I have to smelt some stuff. Everything that I don't need to smelt, I want to put in here. So astronauts. That's worthy that you spend a few minutes checking it out. It's not a waste of time. Might also have a demo, I'm not sure. 112 operator. Could someone open the window? Atmospheric simulation now. The Spatials. I haven't played that enough to have an opinion. Inscription. I haven't played that enough to have an opinion. And that's the game that keeps mutating, you know. No spoilers, please. Don't spoil anyone. You should really try and see. Okay, the problem is people are stupid. And so when they think what they have said is not actually a spoiler. Was there this safe blinky thing on the whole time? It was, wasn't it? I will take that out. Next video it's not going to be there. It's not helpful. I don't see it, but you see it the whole time, and it's annoying. I'm sorry for that. I should have tested that more. The Hunter, Call of the Wild. Haven't played that at all yet, but guess what? The game has atmospherics. Because you need to take care of where you're standing, because the prey might smell you, you know? Your prey might smell you. I think I wanted to talk about something else that I've now forgotten. Anything more that I need to pick up to smelt? Yeah, basically I need to pick up this. Oh, when I click here on the... Oh, interesting. I can click here, rename it. Any other point, any other connection is for setting. Interesting. I thought it was only the wheel. Stationeers news. Okay. Turn that on. And go smelt. Wish me luck. Let's start with the solder, for it needs a cold furnace. Oh, right. It is, it is 0 degrees. Really? You stupid piece of dog shit, son, can't heat up my station enough, but my ice is melting. Thank you. So the amount of lead that I'm gonna toss in there for smelting would possibly be enough to cool this thing down. Maybe, or maybe not. Is the lever in? It is. So, Hunter, Call of the Wild. That's a great example. I mean, I want to be able to smell a guard's cigarette around the corner without having to see them. That's kind of, I mean, why do games not have smell simulation? Yes, because I mean, the gaming industry is not like us hobbyists would think, where you sit on your ass and you have fun programming. It's a hard business, and it has gotten much harder through Steam and other platforms, but primarily through Steam. I mean, I love Steam from the consumer side, but that's really what it is. There are millions and millions of consumers which are benefiting from what Steam is doing, and Steam is trying to keep churning out stuff, you know, good deals and such. But the game studios are suffering this. Oh, look at this. Temperatures are almost already down. Should I make some more solder to get him down further? I will, whatever, fuck it. You're kidding me. 3 degrees Celsius or 3 Kelvin, and then I can pull the lever. Hilarious. Hilarious! Per aspera, what was that again? Ah, yeah, that was some kind of top-down view planet building. Ah, here we go. This will make 400 grams of solder. So with that out of the way, I need to make some invar, and invar requires a pressure of 18 to 20 megapascals, but also a very high temperature, and that might be the problem here. If I now ignite this enough to have enough temperature, then the pressure by that ignition process might go up so high that I can't catch up. So I guess we have to indeed lose all of this stuff now. So wasteful. There's no atmosphere here, and I'm just releasing that because I didn't yet have the time to build necessary things. Other people, of course, they're better at this than I am. They would have said, okay, I put up the tank, I'll pipe that into the tank. What's the big deal? Maybe I should have done that. Maybe I could just pipe this into a tank and period with a pump. And except anything phase change, you would then go into the atmosphere because, you know, I just don't feel like doing that right now. I feel like I'm overstretching myself as it is. So in other words, just keep talking about other games while we play this. Godlike Burger, Evil Within 2, Amnesia, Rebirth, Amnesia. The Dark Descent, yeah, okay. Yeah, that could benefit from atmospherics, yep. Never Looted. Do you know the game Never Looted Dungeon? It is still not yet released. This year it will come out. Supposedly, I mean, maybe it's going to be next year, who knows, but they say it will be this year. There's a demo out and it's very fun. It is kind of first person, let's say it's kind of like a thief game, except you're looting a dungeon. And you can climb and you have arrows and you have foes that you have to fight, like rats or also spiders, I'm not sure. And there's traps and secrets, and it's first person 3D with ladders, and the shapes are not like block, but everything is kind of built meticulously in detail, or maybe not in detail, but at least you don't know what you find around the next corner, what imagination they had, you know, what to build there. Will there be, for example, a hole in the ground with water through which you have to swim to get to a place or whatever. You should take a look at that. Never Looted Dungeon demo. Recommended. I leave this up for a while, so if someone skips around in the video, they can see this and think, I never looted dungeon, that sounds completely irrelevant, let's skip further. So, temperature shall be from 12 to 15 and 18 to 20 megapascal. So 12 to 15. Yeah, maybe I should close this before I try to hold something in my hand that could melt. Nil is just the right temperature that I want. Okay, still melting in my hand. Should already put in the stuff. Which is which stuff? This stuff. Do I have more copper that I want to put in? I picked everything up except the ingots, so no, not just this stuff. Yeah, so since I also like to develop games, it's not like I have done much. I've made 1 or 2 little games, toy things. I mean, if I would show up on Steam with that, they would laugh me out of the park. Shitty graphics, not actual graphics, just line art basically. But I mean, it doesn't mean that a game can't be played. You can, if the gameplay is fun and you spice it up enough, it can just be a text-only game. Such things are also on Steam. I'm just saying the quality is very low. 60 megapascals and the temperature is almost right. Let's see. $18 to 20 and 2 to 15. 12 to 15. Excuse me. Copper, nickel. 18. Oh wait, do I have the wrong stuff in there? Is that for Constantine? I'm stupid. Copper, nickel. Ah, fuck my life. Aha, here we have it. And now the other stuff in there. So, thinking about game making, I was thinking, what would be fun? What is the concept of fun? And see, I have this kind of illness, so to speak, mental illness. It's not really an illness, it's just something that if other people would have it and would tell others about it, then they would say, yeah, you have this and this disease and you need treatment. But that's bullshit. The mind is a solid logical structure, and if you clean it up, then it'll work. So whatever thing you have going on there as an illness ultimately can be cleaned up just by working on the mind. You might think, no, that's not the case. But, and I don't want to tell you don't seek treatment. This is absolutely not what I'm saying. Don't mistake it. Maybe I'm talking about a mind that has worked enough on such things. Anyway, so in principle, when I would think about a thing, then I would come to a conclusion. But then I would still ask myself, but is that the truth? And then I would ask further, and I can't help myself. I have to keep asking questions. And this has ceased a bit, but only because I have found a shit ton of answers that I can no longer doubt. That I have lost the capacity to doubt. But this means that when I was asking myself what would be fun, on the one hand, I wouldn't just go for simple things like, yeah, let's make a shooter, you know, just simple 3D raycast. You click here, then the raycast can I hit that or not? If I can hit that, then it gets some hit points subtracted and it will move left and right, and then you have a game, ha ha ha. Which is probably the reason for half the shooters out there, that 3D engines have a raycast function. 1.2 to 1.5. I have to let out quite some pressure. Let to 40 megapascals, maybe 14. Then I think rising that again, the heat should get us to the right place for the invar. So on the one hand, I wasn't reaching for the easy targets. Interesting how fast it now changes its color. Why is that? Isn't that new? Did they change that behavior? So I was rather thinking about the more interesting stuff. But yeah, for example, I mean, it's not a good idea. Maybe it's not the right leap from what I'm just saying to this idea that I'm not telling you, but I'm just thinking of it. So you would be playing someone who is in a computer, and the antivirus is trying to kill you, is trying to hunt you. But there might also be some kind of entity, maybe a user who's trying to help you. And so you would have an interesting environment, interesting logic to deal with. Would be kind of like a Tron game. That could be 2D top-down with tiles and such. It doesn't have to be high-tech to employ some very interesting mechanics and be fun. So, more of this stuff then. The pressure is increasing quickly. But 1.2 to 1.5, that could work. Yeah, almost. That on the one hand, so I would go for more interesting stuff, but on the other hand, I couldn't believe myself, what is fun? And so I kept asking, what is fun? What would be fun? And so forth. And ultimately then, the only thing I could really believe myself would be fun would be something where you play yourself. I mean, not necessarily myself, but as self, which like you have this in this game, right? I mean, the self-simulation is rather low. You don't really have digestion. You only have a progress bar that's ticking down. You don't need to shit. You don't need to piss. You don't need to sleep. So steel is next. What's the temperature? Temperature's good. Hey, did I not... What? Did I forget the coal inside for the steel that I want to make? Yes, I did. That's what's happened. So I was settling then for things about okay, what are the foundations that I found then? Well, the self, of course, the survivor, but there was something more. Like 10 minutes ago when I started this whole sentence, basically, I had a thought and it's now not there. Do I not have any more coal? Seriously? Or was it eaten by some... Oh, good thing that I see that now, before we go to the actual smelting. I mean, of the mass smelting. That it wasn't of the right type. Yeah, maybe it will come back. So enough of Never Loot the Dungeon demo. Kerbal Space Program. I'm not gonna touch that topic with a 10-foot pole. There's too much going on. I'm not saying rabid fanbase. I'm saying I haven't played it really. I don't have a strong opinion. And if I would now start tampering with that, that would rile up emotions that are not worth being riled up for the 3.5 words that I could say. So, next. Cube. Game Deck. Avon Colony. Dyson Sphere Program. Yeah, Dyson Sphere Program to me absolutely smells like a Chinese product. They have a certain flavor to it. I'm not saying bad, but a certain I don't know what it is. And I don't want to go into this, but this is anyway, I've played it for a few hours and then I was playing other things. That still is on my radar. Remains.
Power low.
Yeah, where you're in space, you have to pick up stuff and then you build your little block and then you finally have some machinery and so forth. I haven't yet played that much. Interesting, is still early access, I believe. Is it worth to be on your radar? I don't know. If you like Raft, then it should be on your radar. Yep. Yeah, coal. Do I really not have more coal? I don't have more coal. Unbelievable. I have to go mining again. But okay, let's do the steel then. From behind. This one I have not yet really played, only a bit. Stone Keep is, I think, something like Dungeon Master. Not sure though. Evospace. Oh right, Evospace was another factory game, a bit like Hydroneers maybe, like Hydroneer. Which I played almost not at all. Yet, it's also very grindy, I think. But Evospace seemed, it's like a steampunk, you know? A steampunk factory game. Death Stranding. Yeah, I played only like 20 or so hours, so I don't yet know what that game's about. Hey, what am I doing? 100, that's alright. And now we need to put in more iron. That's all. How much iron do we need? 300. 3 to 1. 300 iron and 100 hydrocarbon. Let's change the station to something less boring and wickedy. Temperature. Too cold for steel. Okay. Oh, a bit more than, okay. Right, now it's stacking that up. What else? Do I want to make some more thingy stuff? No, we have enough of that. Let's not. Let's just smelt everything now. Okay, then in you go. Nothing in there? Okay. Then we can open this up. So that steel cometh out. Yes. Come out, wherever you are. Streets of Rogue. If you haven't seen that yet, maybe it's worth a look. It gives a slight Deus Ex-y feel. I don't even know if it was 3D. No, it was. I think it was top-down view. Nice, interesting. Like you run out there, you get the gun, you shoot the foe, you find the gadget, you have to escape the laser, the camera view and so forth. Could be very fun. I've played it for like 5 hours or so. It could be very interesting, yeah. Alien Horizon. Mars First Logistics. Yeah, if you haven't seen that yet, you should look at it at least for the graphics. It's a game where you have to, like in Trailmakers, you have to assemble machines out of parts so that they fulfill a mechanical purpose. And here you have to transport things from A to B with like a crane device or whatever. And the graphics are very colorful. It's fun. I would recommend it. Lucius. Subnautica? Okay, I mean, Subnautica might benefit ridiculously from atmospherics. Seriously. That could be the game to add atmospheric depth engineering. Absolutely. And there might even be enough processing cycles left for that. Save. And before the thing explodes in my face. Silver. Huh? This might be some DLC. Crosscode. I don't know why I even play Crosscode. I don't know what it is about this game. I still have to play more to find out what my opinion is. What's happening? Kenshi. Shamefully, I haven't played it yet. Only like half an hour for testing. That's a game with a squad base, though you can also play lonesome, but then you won't survive so much. A game, an open world RPG, which is basically a deep RPG simulation. And you can be who you want to be and do what you want to do, and you will probably die. That's kind of the summary of Kenshi. Except also it is supposedly very, very fun. So worth your time to take a look at. Grand Theft Auto with Grand Theft Auto with atmosphere. Could that make sense? Well, not when you're driving the car, obviously. No, there's no gameplay mechanic in there that would even lend itself to that. You would have to exchange and expand the game too much to benefit from that kind of stuff at all. Oh yeah. Maybe it could benefit from some smell simulation. Oh, that's all we had to smelt. Done and done. Back inside. Took long enough, huh? Oh, there's still some lead here. Let me just smelt that. Now, with this stuff here, Constantin, Solder, Invar, we can do interesting things. Let's do all those things. Alpha Protocol. Well, that game, supposedly very good. I played it for a while, but it's too bad. It's a bit janky. But it has some... I don't want to talk about it. I don't have enough... I don't have the words to speak about it. Then I shouldn't. But what I should say is, Alpha Protocol is a game that you should have heard of. I think I can say that. Invar Constantin. Let's take Constantin and make the manufacturing mod. Electrum, Constantin, solder. Where is it? Here. And I could get a better mining drill while we had it. And the arc welder, of course. Electricity, looking good. Steel, electro, invar, solder. That. What else? Mining drill. Damn, I don't remember. Guidonia is a neat little first-person 3D adventure game that people in the reviews keep praising on Steam for how surprisingly much you can find in there, how surprisingly rich the experience is, even though it looks on the surface like there's not much going on. But I haven't played it much, and I can't say how much these reviews were inspired by some kind of feeling of oh, it's only one guy made this, oh my god, I would have semen. See, when people have that kind of bias in the way they express themselves, you know, that might be in there a bit, but I think Guidonia might be worth a look. Guidonia. Cypher, what was that again? Yeah, Cypher is by Matthew, what's his name? Damn it. The guy who made all these puzzle games. Do you know Square Cells? Square Cells is like one of the best puzzle games ever. Can I find that here? Let me just say Square Cells. It is so good. I was trying to make a level generator for it, but haven't yet gotten far. Because it has too few levels. They are designed, and then once you have played through them, that's the end of it. And so I've played through the game like 15 times already, because it's just so good. Square Cells by Matthew Brown. The Matthew Brown games are worth a look, and Cypher is by him also. That's why I bought that game. Haven't played it much yet though. And now I have 3 mining drills. I mean, how low can you go? Wait, that's the arc welder. Oh, the mining drill, of course. I wanted to make the heavy mining drill. Yeah. Heavy mining drill. I can't make that yet. We need to make the upgrade first. Alright. The Ascent. Okay, that's a third-person, diagonal, top-down-ish shooter game with lots of cyberpunk flavor. And I think it is a good balance of just flat-out action shooting and a bit of story. Oh, wait. Oh man. I hope that's not a copyright problem. That I have to mute part of the video. Or that's just a song. Let's go for Synthero. Less busy. So it might be a bit empty gameplay-wise. Maybe. Mind that I'm not a big reviewer who's saying, hey, you shouldn't play this game and don't have this responsibility. That I'm just a guy talking while playing a different game. That's what it is. So the game isn't doesn't have too much to offer, but the things it does have to offer are very polished, and they are, I guess, well balanced with each other. So maybe worth a look. It's also not too expensive. I have the arc welder. Nothing exploded. I could make an entire locker only with old tools by now. Mining drill? Right. I need this first. Spit it out, man. First the toolmaker mod, because that will make my life so fucking easier. Tool printer mod. I need more steel. Good thing I made more steel. Always remember to push that little recipe button there, because I mean, haven't we all, in quotation marks. Wait, what's this? Ingot steel? Ingot silver. Oh. Printed multiple of these and never only needed one. Now that I have steel, I could make a tank here. Liquid tank to take in liquid pollutant. Or possibly also liquid N2O. Liquid. Nee, should go for tank. Insulated. Should it be insulated? No. Yes. Well, I thought about not making it insulated so that the cooling system that I still have to establish here would also take care of the heat in the tanks, but I would have a Stirling engine. The Stirling engine benefits from the temperature differential. For that I need a differential. And if I have already heat, well then I should keep it around instead of like intentionally getting rid of it. Insulated liquid tank. Steel, silicon. Right. Empyrean Galactic Survival. How much did I play this? Not much. 15-ish hours or so. And see, the main reason why I played this game, and maybe I will play further, I don't know, was that I was looking for something like Stationeers without yet knowing about the game Stationeers. I was trying to find something where you have some kind of interesting engineering. You can wire things together and, you know, that. What's this? That is the tool. No, what is this? This is the tool printer mod. This is the... Why are they not together, man? This is dumb. Pipe bender mod. Yeah, we need that. Do it.
Hunger critical.
Where's my mining drill? Did I put that already in the locker? Pneumatic mining drill? Mining drill? Yep, that's where it is. Bit premature. Where did I put the battery? What is going on here? Huh, yes, of course I needed one battery more. That's why I will now have one battery less than I thought I would have. Bip. I said bip. Bip means do something. The tank. I should make the station wider here. There's gonna be assembly here. This is too tight. So I will just expand it by 4 blocks in that direction. So 4 times 3 is 12. And this time I will go for steel. Will I? No, I will go for iron. There should be other buildings. Those would then be steel. Do I have frames maybe? I do not. And finally the autolathe mod. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. The next thing I should do is this thing, the tablet holder. So I could put up a tablet here, because now they will show the world atmosphere. Case in point. Behold, for those who haven't seen this miracle yet, that is currently on beta, exclusively for us, not yet for the peasants. Here we go. That's what's going on here. And that thing on a tablet, that would be a blessing. Imagine this thing in the airlock. The problem is, you need this tablet holder, which needs to be mounted on the table. Dude, I need one on the wall, like in every science fiction game that has some fakey things like that on the wall, even Doom 3 and such. Like every science fiction show, Star Trek and so forth, have these panels on the wall where you can see the atmosphere. I need a tablet holder for the wall, please. Thank you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Seven. I need 12. So that's 7 of 12, not 7 of 9.
Hydration critical.
Blip. Do I really not have any coal? That is actually a problem. Because then I would have to get more coal. Because that's my energy source. Currently that's my only fucking energy source. Iron sheets, 35. Enough for the purposes? Maybe. For iron walls, not enough for the purposes. Wall. Now make one of these. Needs silicon, Huh. What will happen? Let's see if it's faster. 66% time, right? Yep, it's faster. What about glass? Do we... Oh, do we have enough glass? Glass, please! Glass, glass! Do we have glass here? No, we don't. Scheiße. Can't believe the safe warning isn't blinking, but yes, I will remove that. Nice idea, but in practice, nope. I wish I could see what I record while I record it, but I can't. I can only see the game screen. I could also project, of course, the recording to the full screen, but then I can't interact anymore. It's kind of not the right thing. Oh, of course. My god, what am I doing? Tool belt, Mark II. Constantin. should be enough for now. And the mining belt also. Because that is a game changer. This tool belt swap is like one of the hinge points of the entire stationery experience. Old tool belt, new tool belt. Did I already make that belt? Tool belt. Didn't I just make the mining belt already? Mining belt, yeah, but the small one. Mining belt Mark II. Ah, haha, here we go. I wish I had one more tool slot. Only one, you know, one. It's already considerably bigger, and it's just a wish, without any game balancing thoughts in mind. Glass? I tossed that somewhere, yep. Did I use up all the heavy cables? Oh, there's still something to smell. I overlooked that. Yeah, since we will have a problem very soon, I should go mining again and should save. Damn it. That was a dumb idea. So the sun is currently fucking off, it appears. I mean, it's not sure yet. That's why it's so undecided. At least now we have the advanced mining drill. That's gonna be fun, in comparison. But before I do that, I should empty my inventory. Ah! And I need to eat and drink, and I need to eat and drink and drink and eat and drink.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Should have an embolism by now.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Hunger caution.
$12? Oh, I said 4, yep. Empyrean Galactic Survival, yeah. I don't know how deep the construction simulation there is, and I kept looking and searching and googling for information and I couldn't find much, and my impression is that it is not very deep. But I don't know. Really, I lack the information. Only now that I've found Stationeers, I don't think I will actually go search there again. At least not for that aspect. The game otherwise might be fun. Psychonauts 2. Still only played an hour, maybe, shamefully. Unbox. Right, that is not this game where you have this intricately designed isometric view of things that you then like unboxing, but instead it is a first or third person. It's a third person 3D game where you play a box, I think, and you are in some kind of adventure land with other boxes. You know, the boxes like they're delivered by delivery people. Yep. Has an appeal, yep.
Power low.
Fallout 4. I didn't bring enough. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then of course lots of iron sheets still. Power low already. Okay, now that the inventory is kind of cleaned, let's let's clean it further even. At least a bit. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Armor is already kind of processor heavy, so... But in principle, armor would be the game that does lend itself to atmospherics, doesn't it? Poison gas, yeah. I mean, how many different atmospheric mixtures do you have in a war simulation? Ooh, I forgot to turn the thing on, right? Oh, I didn't. Ah, looking good. Okay, let's get some coal. Or whatever else we cannot get our hands on. What's this? Yeah, that is when I died, a death that I don't accept. Because welding something and suddenly you're inside of it and your entire suits get destroyed, and that's just because the cursor of the welding somehow magically flipped over because of one pixel motion that I did or whatever. That death doesn't count. Heavy mining drill. Well, not as strong as I hoped. Oh, there was the bug again kicking in, freezing the terrain from being altered for a second. Batman. The Batman games, could they benefit from atmospherics? They kind of have that already in some levels where there's also for Doom 3 there's an expansion, I think. I don't know what the name is, but it's usually delivered with the game by now. And I think there's a map there where they will slowly, the pollution gas will rise, so you have some kind of timeout and then you fall over dead. That's not quite that, right? It's not atmospheric, so you have no chance to do anything about it. You have no deep interaction with the world. Let's skip this one. Okay, if you don't know Shotgun King, The Final Checkmate, you should take a look at it. It is worth your time at least checking it out. It's a game where you kind of play chess, but not quite, because you can I mean, the motions are like in chess, but you have weapons. And I mean, that's kind of what it is. You are the king who can shoot the others. And well, I'm sorry, I don't remember clearly enough to compress that into some fluid sentences. This is not a game review that someone wrote down and prepared and cut a video on various parts, which then seemed like a solid whole where someone would say, "Oh, this is a good review. Here's your upload." So I can't tell you, but I can't tell you, but I can tell you that this game should be checked out by you. It's very cool. I have it, played it a few times, 5 hours maybe. Oh, let's check that out for a moment. How long did I play this? Shotgun King. Show King. Oh, that doesn't work? Oh, I don't have that on Steam. Then I must see, since I have my own game library manager, I don't care so much what platform a game is on normally. Just have the game, that should be the idea. Which is also why I wonder why small platforms like GOG and so forth, I mean, maybe by now they have done that, but haven't like stood up and said, you know what, we are gonna make a game library manager for managing our games, but it will also be completely compatible with Steam and the other platforms. And so if someone wants to manage their stuff in just one place and not care about what client the game is on, they will just use this manager and not care. It could be on our platform, could be on another, they would just be able to play. And thus they would have a large attraction factor. And I implemented that in the following way. It's a bit hacky, but I have my game folders, my game roots, you know. I have a folder that's called games, and I might have multiple of these, so those are my game roots. But let's say I have only one for simplicity's sake. So in there would now be the installation of the game Stationeers, for example, and other games. And then this library manager would then go and scan the entire folder tree of that game root, and thus it would find games, and the game's name would be automatically be the folder name. So this manager would discover the games by itself, and then it would scan the folder trees and would then gather some interesting links like exe files and PDFs maybe, because sometimes they might be relevant, and then offer them. And so if you want to play such a game that has been auto-discovered, you click on the thing and then a menu pops up that offers you some of the main things that you might want to select, and that thing that you select first then will be assigned to henceforth be the default, but you can alter and edit the defaults and all of that. That's how that's how I implemented that. And so in a very simple way, it would automatically discover your games. You could just click and play them. You wouldn't have to configure that. You wouldn't have to say drag and drop and this is the tree and this is the path. No, it would just auto-discover those. It's very, very feasible. Downside, of course, is if a game isn't installed, then this thing cannot discover them. That's why it also has some Steam sites dedicated for the Steam client and so forth. But in the future, if I would make such a thing, I would certainly just go the way I described just now, without all the deep shit, because it's just too much tech overhead, and I don't like that. I need coal. I haven't found any coal yet. Yeah, the coal is more rare on Mimas now. Now less rare than it was made to be, but still rarer than it is in Maine, in the official release. Dark. If I remember this game correctly, that was actually worth someone's time. That is, it's very safe scummy in my personal experience, because of how easily it can be detected and such, and how fatal that is then when it happens. But in principle, it's fun to play through these levels. Yeah, well, let's continue. American Theft. Yeah, I like these adventure simulators where you are the lone wolf, first person, and can do stuff. Particularly in a thief game, then you can break into other people's homes. You can't do that in reality. Not that I want to, but see, that's the thing. In games, we also shoot people. Do you want to shoot people? No. So why do you do it in games? Because it's a game, motherfucker. So in a way, something that you can't do in real life, but you wouldn't do in real life, still because it's a game, you would then like to do it in real life, except only in the game version of it. You know, it's a bit complicated to describe. Clutch. Huh. This end-amp thing didn't come in there from my software because I don't make mistakes like those. That came from the client where I got those things. Can you believe there are still websites and banks and other such services where when you write a name with an umlaut, like with an Ö or an Ü, okay, those that don't tell you anything, then because they're too stupid to use UTF-8 or another Unicode variant, then the characters will get lost. Can you imagine that in this day and age, 2024, people still being too inept to do that? I mean, all they have to do is basically click one button, it is solved forever. They're not doing it. Just use UTF-8 for everything, or UTF-16, whatever floats your boat. But just do that then and you'll be safe. You don't have to think anymore. Someone has solved it for you. The standard, just use it. God damn it. Oh, there's another thing I want to do at some point. I'm not sure if I will, because I need my mind is still in the process of booting up, basically. I'm in first gear still, and eventually I will be in second gear, and eventually I will be gearless and just step and will have a ridiculous torque. That is underway, and I'm sure of that, there's no doubt. It is a process that's inevitable, and I even understand how it's working. So I also know why it's happening, so I can extrapolate even better that it will happen. But anyway, once I'm no longer at first gear, I want to do the following. I want to develop a little game in Java, basically on camera, but not like now there's the game. Behold, you can move from tile to tile and shoot the foe. It would rather be an experimentation when it comes to atmospherics and such, where you could then have a volume that would have a gas mixture and a temperature and a pressure, of course, and then you could then it would also have an astronaut suit where you are in. You might think that's an imitation of Stationeers, but I had a simulation like that in a simpler form up already before I knew that Stationeers existed, so it's not like I'm just imitating this. There was a real-time 2D top-down tile view thing where I had air movement and gas pressure and heat, and there was some devices and there was some plants that could be grown, but a very, very, very simplistic, only a prototypey proof of concept kind of thing. And I was proud to have done that. Not, hey, behold, look what I've done. Not that kind of proud, but proud to have achieved that. That's what I mean. You know, and I'd like to do such a thing where you could actually, the idea is I would like to have some kind of situation that runs in one Java program, a world. And then I need to solve problems. For example, I need a station, and then I go and write in a different Java program the solution for that, which would then interact with that running world simulation, and this would then somehow solve the problem. So I could always invent new devices like this. Of course, it's very cheaty. I mean, I could basically conjure atmospheres or conjure electricity, and so I'm still torn on how exactly to do that. But I mean, I would just like to just fuck around with some pressure and atmospherics and electricity, charge, battery kind of thing stuff in a simple text view, maybe some tile view, who knows. I also have some idea for a tile view game that could actually nicely mesh with this, which would be, 1 second, I have to check something. Oh, I have to save again, ha 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 ha. For 10 hours already, I know. Where am I? I have to find it myself. Here I am. Where the tiles would be text, and the text would say, for example, damage. And underneath, or inside, I mean, maybe the layout doesn't really matter, there would be a progress bar, and that is the damage, or the health, I mean, it doesn't matter, one of the two. And there would possibly also be stability, or depending, maybe if it's a fridge, then it would maybe say temperature or electricity use. So all the things that a device had would be worn right there on the sleeve. The world tiles would consist of this kind of information right there and then. You would look at the data the whole time, the entire time. Like when here you whip out this thing to see what the atmosphere is like, you would see the atmosphere, the situation there the whole time, in everything. No secrets. Which would possibly lend itself to a very interesting immersive simulation, even though the immersion would probably be very abstract. But still interesting to pursue, and would lend itself to the thing that I was just talking about I would like to be doing, I would like to do. No coal yet. I mean, lots of gold, I don't object to that. There was a message here on Discord. What's going on? Squareplay games. What did they have again? Squareplay, what's their game? Oh, I think that is actually Remains, isn't it? Let's look for the word Remains. Nope. Maybe it's, I don't know. Changelog. Yeah, where's the changelog of Stationeers, man? Isn't there something up? I see a build entry for today, but I mean today's Friday. They didn't do anything today. Ah, shit. That's people. If you want to see more Stationeers, they need to see more cash. Move your asses, man. Talk to someone. Convince them. I mean, not like force them, but get out there. Talk to someone. And if there's something that turns out to be a key problem, then it turn the other direction. Go to Rocketworks, go to the Discord, Steam forums maybe also, but if you want to affect something, then you would want to go to the to Discord, because that's where the developers hang out and would check out your messages and such. And then tell them why the people wouldn't play it. That kind of feedback, you know? They want the hotkeys for the tools, they want this is shit, that is shit, and that is annoying, and this is too slow, and whatever. That needs to be up. It reminds me, I also want to make a small video series, since I just can't get enough of this thing, and also introduction, explanation videos are being received well, so I want to make more of those, even though that would kind of be just repetition. So I'm looking for new flavors, like my current series that I have that is still ongoing, where I pretend to be some YouTuber who has found this game only recently and is looking at it, it looks not good, oh, this should have been done better, and eventually is being won over by the game, and then is trying to build and so forth and so forth. So a video series where that would be titled possibly, or at least the meaning would be something along the lines of what's wrong with Stationeers, where I would then play that from the beginning and would look around and make some fantastic, as in that can't be done, you're an idiot suggestions, but also realistic things that should be better, and critique as to bad solutions that I've chosen and so forth. That kind of teaching playthrough. Yep. No coal yet. Instead, ridiculous amounts of nickel.
Hunger caution.
I guess, I mean, in my wicked worldview, which is wicked if you knew it, is one of the reasons that people are not really reaching to for their full potential is that there's so much guilt in the world, plain simple guilt, as in the objective right and wrong. Objective right and wrong, not human opinion right and wrong. Objective guilt. There's objective guilt, there's so much guilt in the world that the people don't want to face the guilt, therefore they would like to not face the fact that their will is free and that they're therefore responsible for what they decide. And the responsibility awareness, the free will awareness, would of course then allow people also to reach higher potential if they would really know that their will is free. Your will is free. Did you know that? You are free. You should maybe think about that and then realize that this is the greatest thing ever, and then start to fucking do it. It's like when you learn Stationeers and realize, oh man, this thing is great, I want to play that. Exactly. You realize that you have free will. Yes, you do. But the others also, so you must try not to interfere with that negatively, which is what most acts of the free will then come down to. But in principle, I'm saying that the people are not so keen on reflecting that they have free will. Now you might say, well, some people think so and then they act upon it. What's the big deal? And some people say also that will is free. But I think that basically the world is a collective of will, a oneness, that the entire world is one will. Not the will of one person necessarily, but that all the wills that exist, yours, mine, etc., form a whole. That is like a clockwork with some oil between it, slippery, and we need to increase that space between us, which will increase the slipperiness, this freedom, where we can really decide freely instead of interlocking like clockwork, like the Chinese probably do. And this is thy will be done. You have to say to thy next, thy will be done. You have to live it, and you have to do it unconditionally. And if everybody does that, then we will all be free. That is the goal of the world that I believe in, the goal of the coexistence that we will eventually achieve. Of course, with lots of death in between, because people are stupid. Anyway, but so interlocking, and so if there are people who don't want to face their guilt, then implicitly they would not like the idea that their will is free and that they're therefore responsible to be a too prominent thing in their mind, or generally in the world's mind. Just like a religious person would emotionally benefit from other people joining in and also sharing that stupid delusion, even though the delusion might not be stupid, but the fact that you believe to actually know something there, even though it might be correct, but it is only guesswork. The way the epistemology is complete dog shit. Oh, your parents told you that? It's written in that book? Oh, you're such a genius. You should become a judge with that level of really figuring out how evidence works, man. Anyway, they also emotionally benefit from other people joining in, and this is an effect that is everywhere in life, and so they would go out proactively and seek out others, but I believe it's also a subconscious thing that we're really interlocking there, that will is ultimately touching the world directly. And so we are influencing each other directly. And so the people not wanting to face their guilt will keep some fat person fat, because they would decide not to just at least stuffing their face ridiculously. They would at least tone it down if they could elevate their will above the level where they are currently, frequency-wise, in their head, I mean, the higher the frequency, okay, with frequency I mean, let's say hierarchy level. The closer to the root hierarchy of their mind. It's an abstraction, ultimately than just the pure will. It's the highest level. This would then, they would be more free to do that if other people weren't so guilty. That is indeed how I look at the world. I know, ridiculous. But see, as long as I don't act upon this in my everyday life, apart from maybe talking about it like right now, it's a harmless delusion. Or maybe it's even the truth, who knows? Maybe it is maybe it's not a harmless delusion that mankind believes that is not so. Could that be? I mean, that's going to be my perspective of the world is that one day we will all wake up and realize that we ourselves created the universe and everything that is, and we are eternal and immortal. You might say, well, we are obviously mortal. Yeah, but that's the thing. At that point, we will no longer be mortal. And I also think that when we wake up in this way, then we will also realize our guilt, depending on how guilty we are. And since we will be aware of ourselves on that high level, then we will, just by the experience of the truth of what we have done, of how we are, we will punish ourselves. I'm not talking about self-harm. I'm talking about yeah, okay, this is too complex. Now I'm talking about the infrastructure of the world, like the universe is a mirror, it's karma space basically, and so forth. but let's let go of that. I'm talking about if we are then capable of just by mere self-perception overcoming death, which is what I believe will happen. Not having died, but overcoming mortality, that's what I mean, obviously. Then this would also lead to other kinds of manifestations. For example, oops, you lost an arm? Well, there it is back. Probably not an instant, might take a few years, but it will be possible, is my view. And this can then, of course, also lead to other kinds of manifestations that are not so fun. When you realize that you're ridiculously guilty, and that would then be purgatory and torture and hellfire. Is what I believe is upon mankind. Yep, that is my view of the world. Wicked, huh? But, you know, I can assure you I'm harmless. I'm the guy who holds the door for everyone. And I'm the guy at the office who knows stuff when the other people, hey, what happened? Did you? And I happen to have some notes. And I find something in an instant because I use the tool everything. And I use tagging in my file names. And I use dates everywhere. And so forth and so on. So I'm a harmless guy. And I assume that this belief that I have of the world is true. Which is, of course, why I have it. Else I wouldn't have it. So... now you might say, maybe your epistemology is shit. And that's the thing, it's not. At least what I have done is, I have delved down in my mind to the bottom well of doubt, is at least what I believe, okay? This is what I believe, and I only phrase it like this since I'm talking to you. When I'm talking to myself, which I also do indeed, then, you know, thinking out loud, giving a bit more energy, and also using words. I mean, this is one of the... this is why my English is kind of fluent, because I mostly used English for that when I was talking to myself, even though I'm a German dude. Where was I? The topic was purgatory, belief, epistemology. Oops, doubt. And so when I think about this stuff myself, then I don't have doubt. Then I wouldn't phrase it like, yeah, I think that it is this. No, I know that it is this, but I can't talk like that to you. That is why I phrase it like this. That's why I phrase it like this, and that's the only reason. I know, but I'm not going to tell you. So let's. So my idea is, my impression is, that I indeed experienced the maximum possible doubt that a mind can experience. So, but in this moment, then I doubted my entire existence. I didn't doubt that I existed, but I doubted the justification on the mental level, to the lowest depth. But in this moment, then I also doubted the one doing so, me, the doubter, and that's a paradox. And it's not like I realized, that's a paradox. Well, then it must be worth something. Oh, it's what's for breakfast? No, that's not how it went down. It went down in a mechanical fashion and took me decades to overcome. And this paradox itself, basically logic itself, then rebuilt me until I could rebuild myself actively, because I had enough infrastructure to do more again than just kind of go to work and do the menial tasks, you know. And so in this way, I have had insights into the workings of the mind, into the workings of our implementation in the universe,
Air tank low.
and even of the implementation of the universe itself, that I would say, tell me who you are really, and who I am really, what we are and what the fate of the world is, where we come from, where we go, and that we're here to stay. Yep. That this is the eternal playground, not some afterlife. And so that therefore the world religions effectively, I mean, if you look at this view that I have that will kind of affects the world directly somewhat, then you believe that, then you look at 4 billion people believing that we have to die to go to heaven, and their belief is of course willful, since they have no hard reason to have this belief. It's not like it's not like they are looking at the world and they're seeing an object fall, and therefore they have this belief in their head instilled by the universe itself that there's something like falling objects, but no, they made up all that crap themselves. And I mean, of course the religion that you were born into is the true one. I mean, how can a person be this stupid? How can a person be this end of all possible scales of stupid? I mean, see, again, I'm talking epistemology. Maybe Christianity is true, maybe Islam is true, maybe Judaism is true, maybe, goddammit, maybe Scientology is true. But how the fuck do the people come to their beliefs? And since the majority of the people believe the religion that we're born into, I mean, what does that tell you? That their epistemology is complete dog shit, that they have no actual reason to believe that. That is what that means. That is the only possible conclusion. I mean, they're making equal claims in opposite directions and both of them know they are the truth. What the fuck? Yeah, and funny enough, I'm a theist myself, but that's the thing. I distinguish between theism and religion, and most people don't, even the religious, and that means that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so their opinion is to be dismissed. That is how simple logic works. Dismiss their opinion if they don't have the proper, when they can't show that they put the work in. And putting the work in means that you build the mind to do the work. That's the first step, and then you do the work with the mind that you built. Oh, it never occurred to you that the first thing you have to do is not learn your ABC? I mean, of course, you have to do that, yeah. But to learn the things, but to first learn the mind and then use it, that you first have to master the wrench before you use it to screw around with it? Huh. Peculiar. And yet, I haven't found any coal, motherfucker. None. And that's less coal than I wanted to find. And I believe when I come back, I will find the station once more without power. Oh, it's the evening. Coal, coal, coal. Maybe I should strive to make the glasses. For that I need the advanced furnace, but I don't even have a station atmosphere. Yet I have the advanced manufactories. When did that happen? So when you look at that, the religions are making claims over the world. They have no reason to make those claims, no hard reason, like someone saying scientific reason, but someone saying this world is kind of a prison. We have to hold ourselves back and live meagerly for when Allah will return and lead us to paradise. That is actually kind of quasi. I mean, it overlaps a bit with my views even. That's ridiculous, even though I'm absolutely not compatible with Islam emotionally to express it politically correctly. I mean, I'm more compatible with Christianity in this regard, but when it comes to epistemology and to the actual views held, then I can only point and laugh. Sorry. I mean, any educated mind must point and laugh at someone who believes exactly what their parents believe, without being able to give you a reason other than, well, there must be a first cause, and therefore Jesus is the truth. You know what the Muslim would say? The same thing, except Jesus is not the truth, but Muhammad. That's what they would say. See, that bridge doesn't hold any... I mean, you can't get over the river with that bridge, man. So, and these people collectively hold the belief that we all need to die. And so since... to go to heaven, I mean. And this means that in my worldview, where will affects the world directly... in this worldview, this means that they have the arbitrary will... Like I said, it's not scientific, so it's really just will. It's an emotional decision that we all shall die, and therefore if we all shall not realize that the universe is actually, that's cool, heaven. See, I said, that's it, that's a sign. Haha, no, it's not. That the universe is heaven, that the universe is God's rest, and you, the one listening to this idiocy of me, the one listening to this, you, the one, yes, try to feel you, like I'm really talking to you, YouTube user number something, that you are God, that you caused the cosmos, you just don't remember it, that you caused me, like I caused you, because this whole thing grew in balance, slowly, over time, like a tree which has an infinite amount of branches, and all of these are growing simultaneously, so nothing seems to be growing at all. And I need to save the game. Shit. I have to remove that. I would do that right now, but then I would have to also adjust the mission timer, which is just hacked in, you know, where it starts the time clock, where it starts counting. And that would just be too much downtime. I don't want to do that. So, found some coal, very good. Hey, let's go back there. Maybe there was more coal. What am I doing? Ah, yeah, here. So grew in balance, and then I mean, basically, the beginning was pure possibility. The I am, the pure possibility is my worldview, and
Waste tank caution.
decided then to eternally change its nature to this coexistence form. I will not go into that. Why? Just the goal of just creating infinite energy, blah blah. Those are way too detailed and too far out things. But the idea here would be to make that happen, it would have to hold back its use of this possibility. The only way in which the possibility, the ability to choose its form freely, the only way in which this ability was to be used at all since the beginning of the universe was to create more of this possibility growth, but not to ever use it, just to grow it. Not to ever use it, just to grow it. Now you might say, okay, so what's the goal then? I mean, that's the thing. This possibility will eventually overflow. It cannot hold itself back further. It will still follow the algorithm of first you create the space, then you use it. But eventually it will just be so much that we will be free, and we are already free. That's why these billions of branches now are no longer just some, I don't know, formless shit, but we have galaxies, we have life forms, we have people, individual people. And this freedom will increase further and further. But the algorithm always is, first you give the possibility. First you have to give yourself to the world as the baby. First you submit, then you become successful. First you submit, then you become successful. That has always been the way, and that is how it will always be. Only it will be much easier in the future. And if you think about it, god damn it, doesn't that like open your fucking eyes when you realize that that all through, oh, there's lead, that all one thing led to another, that all throughout your life you had to submit, and when you did so, when you submitted to the world, when you learned the ways of the world, when you adapted to it, then you were let in, and then you were becoming the master of some aspects of the world, and you were becoming free. And this is how it has always been in your life, every step of the way. Now, shouldn't this mean that you, like I did, should strive for submission to the world, to make that itself the goal, so that you become maximally the master, the Lord itself, basically? The totally compatible being? That is what I strive to be and possibly have become. Now, many might disagree, for example, hey, you spoke something that I dislike, therefore you're not absolutely compatible, but that's the thing. Maybe I cannot go further in that direction. Maybe I have used up all my possibilities. Maybe I have become a manifestation of reality by digging so deep down that all that remains of me is what the universe made of me. Maybe I no longer have arbitrary identity. Maybe I no longer have ego, so to speak, where I just decide my form for greed of more energy of being, but instead have the form that the universe allows or even defines me to have, and therefore everything I do, and no matter what size I might have, that's me, period, end of story. Maybe that's what's going on. And that's my view, actually. And I think that's all our fate. And I just pursued that maximally. And you don't have to, but you certainly can like balance yourself a bit in that direction, right? Why would you do that? Like, I explained that already. To be more successful. The universe accepts you when you accept it, but you must accept it first. You are the one who has to make the first step, and this lends credence to this concept that I explained there about the creation of the universe. That he gave the possibility unconditionally, or he transformed himself into the will to give the possibility, instead of like basically living in eternal masturbation, where he would dream and then wake up slurping up all the energy, oh yeah, I am, wah, and then starting another dream. He would instead create the eternal dream, the dream that is the endless creation of energy to a point that it will just overflow and will just be sufficient. Like when, I mean, how much money do you need, right? Do you need $1 million a month? No, you need like 2,000 a month to have your own four walls and a shower and warm and cool when you need some clothes, some food, some comfortable food even. Roughly in this day and age. I mean, if you watch this video in 1,000 years, that won't be valid, but but everything more is luxury, and I'm not saying you shouldn't have that. This is a metaphor. This is a metaphor for the overflowing of possibility. And I believe that's inevitable, because I believe the universe's algorithm is really to hold this definition of possibility back maximally until it overflows and just becomes form that cannot not be had. Form that emerges by the sheer will to have more energy existent. By letting the reality, basically God managed to find a boundary to his mind by limiting his mind so much that something would emerge that was not his own decision, that just emerged from his nature, and that which then emerged, that is reality, and that is the universe. And that we would become multiple is just a side effect. I mean, that's just the nature of it. Maybe that's because before the universe, in my worldview, God would dream a dream of existence, you know, a mind in absolute vacuum, basically. There is no outer world, there's nothing. What would the mind experience? Well, there's nothing to be experienced then, right? But it could think, it could imagine stuff. And since it would be all of existence, when it would give itself shape then, in this way, then all of existence would suddenly have a shape, a definition. And so it would experience something, not just like a thought, like a human does, but on the end, I mean, if you think of yourself, mind and body and the world around it, that is kind of the whole of existence, that's existence level. Except you're not experiencing with, you're only experiencing with dulled mind. The human mind is incredibly dull experienced compared to how clear it could perceive. But in principle, it can fathom a bit what it would mean to imagine to be, if that whole thing would be a projection of itself, of its own mind, how deep that would be, how profound that would be. And then the mind itself also being a projection. Or anyway, so he would dream a dream, I'm saying he, it doesn't matter really, would dream a dream of himself. And then when he would wake up again from the dream, when he would just let go from the dream, from the form giving, what would remain is just formlessness. Awareness of what? Of the formlessness, of the void, of just I exist. And that's why God is called the I Am. Because that's what he is. I am that I am. And you too, you know. I love the band. I mean, the band U2 is kind of controversial. Some people hate them. I mean, I haven't listened to recent music of theirs, but for example, the album Zooropa, I absolutely love that. I mean, it's musical genius. That's what it is in my eyes. And the band name, I don't know how they mean that, but in the way that I interpret it, I fucking love it. It's like they're reaching over to you with a smile and saying, you too. That's love, man. That's what it is. And I love love, I do. Lead, oh. Don't mind if I do. Should maybe make a second station battery so we could charge this thing up more and would have a softer buffer instead of this either or on-off kind of situation. So then he would wake up from a dream, and the thing is, when existence itself relinquishes all form, what happens to time? But it keeps, of course, existing, but it is formless. So does it keep happening? Well, that's the nature of free will. What does a will do in an absolute vacuum? It's holy. That's when you can begin to fathom what free will actually means. When there's no reason for you to make any decision, but you're making one anyway. Which kind of decision? Exactly. You are the source of that. The will itself is the source of the decision. It's unfathomable. Basically, either human beings are really just kind of physical, chemical apparatuses that do not have free will, or we necessarily are God. There's only these two options. That's also maybe why my statistical experience of internet discussions between theists and atheists and religious people, of which I have witnessed a plenty, my statistical perception is that atheists favor the idea that we don't actually have free will, and I believe the reason is actually this implication that they might subconsciously understand. If we have free will, then we must be God. Or at least we must be a soul, something spiritual or whatever. But that's too low. That's not what we are. We are higher. The human potential doesn't have limits. The only limit we technically have is the fact that there are multiple, and the infrastructure that comes with it. This seems like a cop-out, but based upon what all I've said before, it's definitely not how I mean it. I should make some more of these batteries. God damn it, we still had power? No, we didn't, but this thing still had power. 83. So, then, what happened then before this dream? Did God exist forever? Well, that's the thing. Forever doesn't have this kind of definition. It doesn't have this infinite past kind of definition. Something like an infinite past cannot exist. It's illogical. Because every point of that infinite line where you are then has an infinite stretch before it. And an infinite stretch cannot be traversed in a non-discrete process in finite time. So infinite time would have happened, and infinite time means it can't have happened because it wouldn't be over then. That's the definition of infinite. So it cannot be an infinite time span. So eternity, if it exists, and I'm convinced it does, cannot be defined as the infinite past. It can only be defined as, at some point, there must be formlessness. Yeah, how do I get this sorted? I don't get this sorted. Let's toss this out and live with the stupid chaos that I have here. Let's put all the coal here so we have some overview of the energy reserves. Oh, that's not too much.
Low pressure.
What?
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Man, that could have happened while we were out there. Ooh, and the whole time it is saying Lego the Hobbit at the top of the screen. I will turn off that for now because it's currently not the thing I'm doing. Where was I? Where's the game? Here it is again. Too many windows. Too many windows? You mean too much windows? Bink. Bonk. Yeah, I needed more of these iron thingies. And more iron sheets also. Huh, what's happening? Glass sheets. Glass sheets I still have, but I still make some more. So every dream would be the first. But this would then be the resorption of energy. But whenever a dream starts, it's the will making a decision. So then energy is being infused into the system. There is now form. There's something to be experienced, which can then be, I guess, juggled so that it doesn't fall flat. So the experiencer keeps tripping. But the universe would be the attempt to increase the attempt to increase that excitement, so to speak, of the energy of the formlessness of the circle to a degree that it would just be beyond control. What's happening? All right, it would just be out of the hands of the one who caused it, basically out of the hands of the creator. And then it would no longer be possible to drink all that up again. And therefore now there would be a source of infinite experience of I am. Because this energy, drinking this up again, waking up to, oh, this is all me, oh motherfucking God, I am God, I am, and then doing the next run or whatever. Instead of doing that, that would then be our eternal existence. Like permanent, total fucking bliss in mind and body is my understanding of what will happen. And you should get ready for that. Because, I mean, the thing is, when I tell you you should get ready for that, I'm not telling you should believe it. I'm telling you should do the other things that I said. Polish the mind, become truthful, stop lying, like stop smoking maybe, because it's certainly not helping you. I mean, it's most probably, it's statistically true. I mean, maybe some people's journey is like that. I don't know. Everybody's different. But certainly, I mean, let's say someone shooting themselves in the head. Are they on a successful journey? No. So therefore we can strike that from the list of things that are potentially successful. That was an extreme example of some things definitely not being successful. Therefore we can also look at things that are most probably damaging to the journey. And smoking is one of those things. And that's why I'm talking about that like this. See, I mean, when the Lord cometh, you know, it will not be from the sky. It will be you waking up and then becoming the absolute and highest most judge. And the only one you will judge is yourself. You will be the judge. You will be the Lord judging you. And this will then happen on reality level also, even though as a person you don't have that kind of power, because since the universe is, I mean, in my view, of course, we're talking, of course, my idiotic view here, but in this view, let's see if there's a glass everywhere. Wait, I need to test something. Aha, so this way I can find out whether there's glass. Man, why didn't I ever do this? This is much more convenient. Plump. Good. Found something after 1200 fucking hours. So, since the big dude said, let there be reality, the reality will actually be some, let's say, he says, the possibility that I hold, that I could form in any which way I want, I just want to let it grow. I don't want to give it form, I just want to let it grow. You know, so that it begins to have its own life, so to speak. Let's say that is the way the universe was created, and let's say that it would not have resulted in multiple, but in only one. By the way, so if this guy has his dreams before the universe and wakes up and does another dream and wakes up, that is living multiple lives. And so that is why in the universe form there are many of us. That's the reason. Simple, huh? La la la. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's complete bullshit. Maybe my beliefs are really complete bullshit. But if they are not, then you could say I have figured it all out, man. This is the truth of reality, of existence, of the universe, and that is why we are close to experiencing the manifestation of the apocalypse. Should I make a weather station? Copper. So then, if let's say one guy would have emerged instead of multiple, for whatever reason, then the universe would be his mirror image, so to speak. It would be resemblance of what he is, or what it is, what God is, because it would have grown into its own form, and so God would be living together with this form that he can no longer control, but it would be a mutual coexistence, like we have with the world, where you have to appreciate the other and it will appreciate you. Basically, my model of this whole thing is that God was a circle once, and now he is an 8. And that might really be the entire secret of creation. Just a simple geometric change from a circle to an 8, incidentally to an infinity sign. So he would be the will that the world is, and the world would be the will that he is. Just like we are the will that the world is. And if we are not that, if we are that and not sufficient, then we get pollution in the environment, destruction, and so we can no longer live there. And the universe, the world, is certainly the will that we are. I mean, ignoring illnesses and earthquakes and all of that, we have plants that grow food for us. We have sunlight. We have air to breathe. We have oceans to swim in. We have animals to drink from, to eat, to, and so forth. Even horses. Who the fuck came up with horses, man? That's brilliant. An animal that is okay with being ridden around by other people, that's or am I getting horses wrong? Are they kind of forced into submission and? Okay, maybe I'm looking pretty stupid by saying that, but I do not know the first thing about horses. That's just the way it is. Of course, no horse. Yeah, no more of these large batteries, please. I want to get rid of the small ones. And I need to do something about the temperature at 117. I could drink something and eat something. And so, if that would be so, then imagine that he would wake up. I mean, he cannot have guilt if he is alone in the cosmos. Guilt always implies that you have done something wrong. And wrong can ever only mean that you hurt someone else. That's the definition of wrong. It's the only possible wrong that can ever be. That you hurt someone else. Where is the... Oh right, let's have to turn this on. And now we need some more steel in here. 400 grams, not quite. Gold, 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 gold. If you would, for some reason, have some ridiculous skill, let's say that God would have created the universe like this, and the result would have been 2 gods, a world and 2 gods, instead of the infinite gods that we will have, of course. Of course, in infinite space. I mean, the conclusion that the universe is infinite is then also a safe one, of course, based upon this model, right? Which probably few people would share. This would also mean that ultimately metric expansion cannot really steal the entire universe from us, even though we measure constantly that this is actually happening. So I don't have an answer to that question. But this is, you might say, well, this is hard proof that your model is wrong, because everything hinges on that. And I can only say, well, I have not too much reason to accept this model, or like I said earlier, I know it's true, and therefore that must be something that will change in some form. I don't know how to say it. Okay, let's say it would have become 2, and somehow he would then have done something wrong, one of the 2, and would have killed the other. And what he wouldn't have realized, it doesn't matter, whatever. But then one day he would wake up, and then would see himself in the mirror of truth. That his mind, of course, is, I mean, he would be a person in this world, like a human being, you know? Probably not with a navel. Adam and Eve. Hey, that would have been Adam and Steve then. Lots of M's, Heim und Haar. Where do I put this thing? I'm not sure. Maybe here. Or... let's give it some room, whatever. Then he would eventually realize in his mind, but also by the reality around him mirroring that. Basically, let's say this. God wakes up inevitably from his dreams. Before the universe. And now with the universe, that's still the case. That's why the religions, the world religions, they've seen some of the wirings on the floorboard. Their interpretations are, of course, complete dog shit. But see, the idea of Buddhism with the rebirth, that's because the one dude is being reborn again and again and again in the system. That's kind of what that is. And, you know, the point is, he can't but wake up again. And so certainly he would have taken a glimpse of what the cosmos really is, and this would then also mean that the universe is reflecting. When we arrive on the other side, the God reborn in the world, then we will also wake up, but to the other direction. Then we will wake up to being within the world once the possibility has overflown, and I think it already has. And what does that mean? This means that the world will reflect who you are, what you are. Oops, I made insulated ones? That's not entirely wrong. Actually, I need insulated ones. Ha ha ha. And this means, well, I'm talking about the world becoming purgatory for the guilty. That the world will reflect to the individual gods, which is what every one of you are. You are God, is my conviction at least. Will reflect to you your truth, will lead you to waking up to correct knowledge of yourself and so forth, which will also confront you with your guilt. And the more willing you are to confront your guilt with your mind, the less you will have to feel, as in the less the world will have to force you to experience that you are guilty. The world is a mirror. That is what I believe. Like before, there was just the mind looking at itself. Now that the mind has been folding itself so that we have this collective world that we share, the world is a mirror that we all share. And that is also the reason why we cannot see God, why we cannot see any of the things that I'm saying, why we would think that what I'm saying is complete dog shit. Because we are sharing this mirror. And so when I'm looking in the mirror and seeing my ugliness, maybe a bit of hair loss that I do have in some places, then what I'm seeing is the guilt of the other, reflecting into my karma circle, basically. Because it's all at one as we're sharing this space. And that is also why it's probably possible to be extra demonic. I mean, these ideas that some people have of some cabal, actually, with child sacrifices and so forth.
Oxygen critical.
I don't actually believe that. But my worldview, which lends itself to all kinds of wicked interpretations of reality,
pressure critical,
would actually also lend itself to why such a thing could be real in a meaningful way. Because then it could indeed make sense to worship the devil, to become as evil as you can possibly be, to actually influence the world with your mind directly in ways that benefit you, so that the mirror reflects back to you the fate of your choice. And these people, they will be living torches for years. They will burn alive for years. Literal fire that will consume their flesh without killing them for years. This is not a metaphor. This is what will happen. They will be torches. And they will be torture. And they will be tortured. That is my understanding. And also there's some other reason why there's some credence to this model. See, ultimately, the only proper way to coexist is the golden rule, is what we think. I keep explaining that. But the golden rule is ultimately insufficient, because the golden rule requires you to make assumptions. But when you make assumptions about the other, you will ultimately sometimes make assumptions that are wrong. And then you will violate them, but you didn't want to. Well, you're doing as well as you can, but that's still not good enough. The other guy is God. You are God. Holy behavior requires you to do absolutely nothing wrong towards the other. Our emotion, our self-understanding, like it has been waking up in recent decades further and further, will increase further and further, and so we will be more susceptible susceptible, what's the term? We will be more aware of things that are happening to us that shouldn't happen this way. And so in this moment we would basically exert a will. We would say, this is not to happen to me, but it's happening regardless. Why is this happening? Oh, someone else is doing that to me. We would know that someone is guilty. We wouldn't know whom, because we can't know. Ultimately, we are really locked away in our heads. I mean, the only thing in the world that you've ever seen really in your whole life is your brain. What comes into your eyes, I mean, I believe that you're out there. I believe in the world. I'm not an idiot. I'm not a solipsist. But ultimately, only thing that you really ever see is your brain. Which again lends credence to the idea that the entire cosmos is a shared consciousness. Isn't it? Isn't it ridiculous how it all fits together? But no, I'm an idiot. So, where was I? The golden rule, I think, is insufficient for proper coexistence because it requires us to make assumptions. The only way really to make sure that we don't violate the will of the other is to go the whole way and just say, ultimately, just the thing that the golden rule is supposed to achieve in the first place. It is, thy will be done. You are God, thy will be done. And mine too, of course. We need to achieve a balance. That is why we are in such turbulent times. Because what does it really mean? Where do I end? Where do you begin? What do I really? Am I really prohibited to speak of you on the internet by your dead name? For example, you know, when you are now a woman, and I would call, he's like Butch Cassidy the fifth from the left top, and so forth. Do I have the right or don't I have the right? The opinions differ. I mean, that's just an example of this problem that we can't really know yet. But anyway, I'm saying that what that will be done is ultimately the only way. But what does that mean? This means that we can, at some point, ultimately, we need sheets, ultimately no longer be the ones who determine what right and wrong is in regards to the behavior towards someone else. Someone else has to do that. But who will do that then? Well, I can tell you who will do that then. The flow of the world will do that. Our collective flow will lead us there. That is when karma space kicks in further and further. When this will just, maybe it has already happened on many levels, just hard to determine. It's just hard to pinpoint in which cases that actually... I mean, let's just think of an example. Let's say you're walking along some pedestrian path, and someone else is also doing so in the opposite direction. Now you're both looking up, realizing, you were already close, and so you think, shit, I have to make way, so I will just walk to the right and let the guy pass. And the other guy's doing the same, but he's walking towards the left. Now you're walking again into each other's paths. Now you might think, yeah, but this is not a problem, this is ultimately solved. I mean, at some point, blah, 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 blah. But isn't this ultimately a matter of luck? When your minds happen to stop this collective dance? I mean, in principle, couldn't you be doing that for days? What is it ultimately that guarantees that you get out of that? There is something else going on here, ladies and gentlemen. See, and if we can no longer do that, then this means that ultimately there will also have to be some kind of outer solution to evil. Because if we cannot be certain that we're mistreating someone else, then we cannot judge someone else. We cannot rain down judgment, consequence on someone else. If you really want to make sure that we don't do wrong, judging the other. But who shall then be the judge? Who will bring order to the world when the demons, metaphorical demons, or are they only metaphorical, will ultimately use this fact that they can lie to us just and pull some reality over our eyes to blind us from the truth, to make us live in the matrix of their choosing. Who will lead us out of this then if we are prohibited from judging? See, from that perspective, there needs to be some kind of karma space mechanism, else we don't get out of this. And that's the trajectory that mankind has been on and will at some point detect that is actually on inescapably. So, in this way, you can also see, yes, the guilty will become living pain. They will become the absolute pure suffering. they will become living hell. That is what I believe is the fate of the world. And but this hell will not be eternal. It will be a purgatory, and many might not survive this fire, but some will do, even the most guilty ones, and we will not look down on them in eternity. We will not say, remember that guy? They will not be inferior. They have redeemed themselves 100%, because else they would not be there. They would not be there if they hadn't redeemed themselves in the eyes of only judge that is truthful, which is reality. Oh, time that we make the housing, huh? Or the IC-10 at least. IC-10. Finally. I mean, look at it like this. Let's say the guy had reborn himself into this mirror. By thy will be done. Instead of saying, oh, this is my will, I do whatever I fuck I want, ha ha ha, slurpy slurp, drinking up, I am. Let's start the next stream. He would have started this endless excretion, basically, of potential without ever giving it form. Until then it would have reached a point, a culmination point, where it would be beyond potential control. So he would basically wake up to realizing, I'm projecting all of this, this is just me, but I don't want this to be this way, because that's not love. And so I submit to this whole thing, and shazam, now the world is born, and he's also born too. So maybe the world isn't actually created yet, and we would have some kind of last Thursdayism, where, not quite, where the world's creation is not the beginning, where someone says, let there be light, but where someone at the end says that. Anyway, that's irrelevant. The point is, where there would be this mirror relationship, and what shape then would this human being have? How hard would it be for that one human being then to live in this world? Would not just the right trees grow in just the right places? The right fruits? Would not this being be happy? Of course, it would be more happy if there are others, so that the metaphor breaks down at some point, obviously. I mean, the natural state of things is that there are multiple, and so it is. But I guess you know what I'm talking about. So in this way, I'm saying that these days already there are many innocent people, or at least innocent enough that you could call them reasonably innocent. But why do they have cancer? For example, why are they blind? Why is the world not giving them what is theirs? Because they're not the only ones looking in the mirror, and this shit show isn't yet sorted. So they are maybe suffering that what someone else. I mean, okay, it's not. The world is just out of balance, and so we cannot yet be. I mean, why is there evil in the world? If God is the creator of the world, why is there evil? Because between the perfect state of I am and the perfect end state of we are is the absence of both. And that is all. That's all. That's the secret. The answer to why there is evil. Okay, so could I now start the pump here? This would pump into this thing, which would then pump into that thing. I want to test that. So, do we have some glass sheet here somewhere? Maybe I picked that up in my dreamlike talkie-talkie state, playing this. Where is the glass? I guess I have to make some more glass. Okay then. Oh no, there is glass. Haha. So pressure increasing, and now I will just pump into this pipe. Maybe I should have a pipe meter here. See, I mean, this whole worldview that I have there, and I certainly didn't tell you everything about that yet, it seems to mesh very well with itself, and also with the things that we observe in the world, right? It doesn't mean it's true, but it also means I'm not an idiot for holding it. Whereas a religious person is an idiot for holding their belief, or they have no reason to hold it. Hey, what's happening? Nothing. 10 megapascals, 11. So what does Mr. Measure say? Do we have some liquid pollutant in there? Let's turn this off. Huh, I guess there's just not enough pressure in there. But let's look here then. Nothing? What the fuck? Where did that go? Is there something in here? No. Shouldn't the pollutant be... Oh, right, it's very hot. Then we have to look at cooling solutions. Bzz. Yeah, these things here, what's wrong with Stationeers? That belongs in that video series, if I ever make it. These things here, they are not relevant. So I'm not saying they should be hidden, but they shouldn't be at the top. Basically, well, they shouldn't be inverted, the sort, or that would also not do it justice, but this should be at the top. I'm looking for pollutant. Pollutant. Then I want to find what at the top? Pollutant. I want to first find the word that 100% fits my search term, if there's such a hit. Also, I want to have at the top that which is most relevant to the topic, which is the pollutant. So here we can see the temperature 150 degrees. That's just when you can no longer make it liquid. In other words, let's leave this thing open, because if I now manage to cool down the station, otherwise I will have a destroyed pipe here. Let's turn that off again. And this too. Cooling. Okay, so the IC is a nice thing, but I'm thinking about a different approach, because I need a simple solution now. And the AC is a complex solution, because you need to have this pipe where you have some cooling gas, which is not so complex to make, but eventually it will cool down to absolute zero, destroying the pipe. So you would have to remove it from the pipe, then also have to store it in the tank meanwhile, and so forth and so on. That's not what I want to do. What I want to do instead is a very simple and cool cooling solution, which is I just want to pump the station's atmosphere itself out there through a pipe fluently whenever I think it's a bit too warm, and there will be lots of pipe radiators, more than we would normally need, and then we'll cool down somewhat, and whenever I don't need that, I will turn off one of the active vents, the other one I will leave on until the pipe is empty, and then I turn off that one also. So I can cool down the station without an AC and without the gas freezing. The downside is that in here I will have pressure fluctuations by that action, but since the station is so voluminous, that shouldn't make a considerable difference. So let's get to it. We need tons of pipe radiators, and I mean lots of them. Let's say 40 or so. I hope these whole theism talks of mine aren't too off-putting. I think they're at least interesting, and since I'm convinced that this is the fate of the world, well, okay, I guess it's more interesting to those who believe in it. Right, religious person? Huh? Huh? Huh. Pipe radiator. And also, I mean, when I think about how life emerged, how intelligence emerged, once again, if you have a single-celled organism, or one that consists of very few cells that can propel itself in the water, can detect whether it's acidic water, and can therefore make the decision to swim forward or swim backward, it's only configured by evolution. It's not thinking, it's hardwired to make this and this probabilistic decision forwards or backwards depending on the acidity of the water, because it had offspring, and the offspring survived, and so it's more likely to have more offspring in that same configuration. And so it mutates also the probability of it swimming forward and backward depending on the acidity of the water, and therefore that offspring will be more or less likely to survive, and therefore this configuration will thus emerge in a better and better form. But what if there are more cells on the body, so that there are more potential decisions to be made? So the complexity of that decision making, which is of course merely chemical, it's just chemical structure that's emerging there, is more complex. So what if then there are multiple such decision-making processes going on there? Here's a chemical connection that would make this decision swim forward, swim backward. There's another one that would make another decision swim forward, swim backward. And now the being would benefit from those two being balanced out against each other. For example, basically the human is realizing, oh, well, my hand is sticking in some kind of hot sauce, I better take it out of there. Instead of thinking, well, I'm completely in some hot sauce, so I will just move arbitrarily. Oh, this gets me deeper into the mess. So this means that now the being is having inner perception. This is no longer perception of the world. This is perception of the being itself, inside of its decision-making process. And now, if this decision-making analysis balancing out the circuit, which also leads to a conclusion, if there are more of these balancing multiple sensors and decision-makers, and you would basically build a pyramid here, you know, where you have yet more and yet more and yet more, which ultimately leads to some kind of central connection, so to speak. So what we have there is a decision-making system that is still not consciousness, right? But how is that different from a human brain, where we look into our decision-making processes and adapt accordingly? This is just that stacked up to 1 trillion. And well, where does consciousness come into this whole game? It doesn't. So this means that consciousness was there the whole time. The only thing that comes in there is self-reflection, not consciousness. Every atom is already conscious, in a way. Would be the conclusion then. I mean, it's not like swimming around, I'm gonna react to her. Oh, there's a nucleus, I'm so horny. That's not how they think. They don't think at all. I'm saying it's consciousness Lego. That's what I'm saying. And that kind of makes sense if you think about it. Where does consciousness emerge? It doesn't. There's only self-reflection that emerges. And so what are we? We are the universe looking at itself from the subjective perspective. And so, once again, the credence to the idea that this one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. Thank you, Bill Hicks. Hey, do I have that quote here? I hope that's not a copyright issue. Wait. Yeah, it's the same key combination. Where is it? Ah, yeah, that works. Hicks, universe, no. Consciousness? Where are my Bill Hicks samples, man?
Hey, what you reading for?
You know, evolution did not end with us growing thumbs. You do know that, right? It didn't end there. We're at the point now where we're going to have to evolve ideas. The reason the world's so fucked up is we're undergoing evolution. And the reason our institutions, our traditional religions are all crumbling is because they're no longer relevant. They're no longer relevant. So it's time for us to create a new philosophy and perhaps even a new religion, you see. And that's okay, because that's our right, because we are free children of God with minds who can imagine anything. And that's kind of our role.
That guy was pure positive energy. And this is also relevant to some of you, I guess, even.
They are demons set loose on the earth to lower the standards for the perfect and holy children of God, which is what we are. Make no mistake about it.
But here's the clip that I was looking for.
I'd like to see a positive LSD story. Would that be newsworthy? Just once? Hear what it's all about? Today, a young man on acid realized that all...
Wait, this is not the version that I like. I have another one.
Today, a young man on acid realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. That we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There is no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom with the weather.
It's not quite like that, but I think it leads in the right direction. So now that I have these radiators, what do I want to radiate? Why do I have the walls still on me? How full is that battery? Okay, we have 2 station batteries up. And now I want to pipe things up. Where will that cooling system be? Would I have more pathways possibly leading here to the left? Where could that be? Well, certainly there will not be something above this roof. Why don't I make this thing on the roof here? That would actually make sense. This is kind of an engineering hall, then this shall also be the cooling hall for the entire station. Except it's not central enough. How long is this video so far? Oh, 3.5 hours. Da wird Mutter wieder schelten. Man, I'm glad I moved out early. So, pipes. Do you hate your mother? No, dude, it's not healthy to live with your parents too much. With your, you need space. That's also why moving in together, no matter how much you love someone, is a risky fucking choice to make. Because then you're creeping in towards each other when it comes to mutual manifestation of your mutual fantasy of each other. You're no longer so free. Not as free as you should be. Maybe you should have like an apartment that allows the two of you to kind of live separate lives, but there would be a merged space then. Instead of, sitting on each other the whole time. The probability of that being successful is higher, I'm pretty sure. So, that cooling thing, I think the vent that pumps that out should be up here. I mean, it would be really nice if Rocketworks would implement the ascending of hot gas. I don't know why they don't do this, maybe there's a reason for that, but I wish they would do that. Because then I could just go up here and pump the gas from here, where it would be the hottest place in the station. And I would just pretend as if they have implemented that and would pump it from there. And off we go. Vacuum, therefore radiation cooling. Good thing the game is not... I mean, this is the right level of gamification. Usually I would have to place them further apart so that they don't heat each other, But that would kind of suck, and so... This should actually lead to a bleeding of thermal energy, but I think that is negligibly small. Need more pipes. And interestingly, we don't have to consider flow. So if I pump out right from here, for example, that will still be the same as if I would pump out from the other end, but obviously I will be pumping from the other end, because I'm not trying to play the implementation, I'm trying to play the simulation. And then we'll pump it back in where? Suck it out here, so everything streams from here to there, but mostly from the rest of the station. And then I will pump it back in maybe
Filter low.
Here. Right? I mean, okay. Can you imagine this entire roof? That would be the most powerful cooling ever. I would basically turn on the vent for a second and that would be enough. I'm just gonna lead it back here and just pump it back in here for now to do the experiment. How effective is this cooling?
Power low.
Finally, we're getting somewhere, huh? So personally, I believe that people like Hillary Clinton and the other such figures are on the bad side of the mirror and will not enjoy the waking up, and are therefore effectively, by their self-projection, which would also have some control of the mirror implicitly, since the mirror would reflect the being, which it will also do in the case of other people, right? By their mere existence, okay, this is dangerous territory because this could lead to interpretations, and I don't want to do that. I don't want anyone to interpret things into what I'm saying here. So I'm just saying that we are being held back by people who prefer the past. And I'm not talking about conservatism here. That is not what I mean. I'm talking about the progression of reality. Not about the progression of technology or society. Reality itself also progresses. Meep! Mop. Pipes. Ah. Yeah, it's really time that I get this cooling on the road. Do I have another... do I need 2 active vents to do this? I think I don't have any lying around, so this makes some... Certainly need more. Yeah, I wanted to make another large battery. Why didn't I? I mean, I made 1 or so, but not 2 or 3. Spit it out. Yeah, I don't want to make too many. Oh, what's going on here? Proper? Full? Proper? Michael Jackson, what have you done, you fucking idiot? And Whitney Houston. But the pressure of the people is incredible. The demanding fucking masses. You belong to me now. No, you don't. If you meet some actor, like Robert De Niro or whoever, who I'm personally not a fan of, because of some of his political leanings, because goddamn it has... What the fuck, man? Anyway, but still, as a person, if I would meet him in the coffee store or so, then I would recognize him. I would send him a smile and tip my head, my forehead, and not like you're an idiot, but you know, like the salute, except not a salute, just a greeting. And then I would turn my face in a different direction. Because I don't want to be an obnoxious asshole. These people are just like you. Do you want that treatment? No. Then don't give them that treatment. Thank you. It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Yeah, the golden rule applies to everybody. I believe that the depth of the amount of, well, let's say this: if the universe is a mirror, and if we will be living here together, and it will be fun, and it will be a collective mirror still, of course, but then it will be sorted. You know, everybody will have turned into their own highway. You know. what am I doing? This, yeah, I need first the pipes. Then there will of course be some people will drag a bit more water than others. Or maybe this will also change over time. Sometimes someone will drag more water, sometimes less. And yeah. I wonder if these stories about some mothers having some adrenaline rush to actually lift a car where their baby was below it or as a child, if they are true. Because if they are true, I have an idea of how that might have worked, man. Because when will has no doubt, it can do things. And I mean no doubt. And mothers have a certain relationship to their children, a special relationship. It's not just an emotional one. Anyway, so what was I saying? That some people will possibly have more of an influence of what's going to happen in the world by their participation, by how much the mirror will actually consider their self-perception. And I intend to be one who drags like all the water that can possibly be dragged. As in, I want to be the commander of this place. Now, I'm not saying that I will not make way if someone else is more suitable for the job. And also, like I said, this is not an election. This is the universe will make its choice. This is the collective system. But my goal is possibly already have achieved, I don't know, to by means of ultimate wake up to consciousness, having the strongest influence on this whole show, because I want to shape it to my whim. I want the world to be the way I want it to be. You might think this is megalomania, but it's not. I mean, let's say there's an elected president, and that elected president that makes decisions. It's not a good example, but it works. It works. Makes decisions that form the shape of the nation, so everybody will be affected by that. So is that megalomania for the guy to do that, or megalomania for someone to educate themselves so that they become presidential material and eventually would be elected and then do such a thing? Is that megalomania? The idea here maybe then would be, well, but if it would be your personal opinion, then yeah, but that's, see, I have thought about this whole shit for decades, man. So you can't see so clearly what is completely clear to me, that ultimately right and wrong is a matter of decision. You might think it's not. It is. Right and wrong is not objective. Right and wrong is subjective. Because like I said, ultimately, I mean, the only rule that is not to be violated is thy will be done. Everybody shall submit to the concept of thy will be done. Everybody. And but when that is fulfilled, and then the flow of the respective person who has submitted themselves to this concept fully frees itself, what can they do then? Anything. Because nothing they can ever possibly do can ever be wrong. They cannot act wrong. They are holy now. And you can achieve that. You can become holy. You can become someone who is innocent, who cannot become guilty, who has the capacity, doesn't have the capacity to become guilty. I mean, let's say this. Some people are on the dark side of life. Some people are rather on the light side, but they are maybe lying or some other things are wrong. But they could never get themselves to, maybe, I don't know, go full torture on someone else, for example. And so this means that they are already kind of holy, at least to that degree. See what I'm saying? And you can steer yourself further and further into that flow until you are incapable of making decisions that would be in the wrong direction. But what I ultimately was saying, of course, was a bit different. What I was saying was that ultimately someone who has become worthy in the eyes of the universe can also decide its flow, and that is then the decision that shall happen, and no one is to object, because they would then be violating thy will be done. Huh, now what? Pipe meter blocks then, Okay. have to get outside again. Always close the door, you never know what's gonna happen in the next 3 minutes. So that's closed, connected. Then, should I put some lights at the ceiling maybe? And this would be the opportunity for me to do so. I would need tons more cables though. Thank God it's Friday. As you can see there on the time counter, it is indeed Friday. Or maybe already Saturday. That might be. Yeah, it's already Saturday. For 4 minutes now, it has been Saturday in Germany. There it is. Now I'm getting in back on this side. Nahar. How about a recycler while we had it? Iron? Really? Huh. Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward moment to do that. Humph. Well, then, well, I guess we need some iron then. Pressure increasing and increasing. This is not a good solution, man. I need to... what did I want to recycle from this? Here we go. Oh, there's some liquid pollutant. You don't say. So this works. We're getting some kilopascals even. This is fast. Why is the station temperature 120 degrees? It was 150 before. Why is it not so cold? I don't get it. Anyway. Oh, see how fast it is cooling down? Oh! That is, of course, phase change cooling. Wait, no. Oh, no, okay, phase change cooling. Here it condenses, so it gets hotter. And here... Well, it's... I don't get it. Why is it so cold in there? Why this pipe is so hot? Anyway, so the other gases are nitrogen and CO2, and the rest shall be pumped into the station. Except that there's pollutant. I mean, if we would just pump this through, this pipe would leak in both directions. I guess I have to take breathers. I fill this pipe and wait until the pollutant is gone, then I use the filtration device. And again and again. The chip can do that, of course. Cables. I have one cable, I don't have enough cables. Recycler. Needs iron. Oh, there it is. That music change. Okay, there's also a music beginner melody. Recycler. What else do I want to make? The computer and the housing chip. Housing for the climate control. Recycler. And after this we want the computer. I could make the laptop, but I like the computer better. It's more convenient. You can just select and I don't have to swap the chip the whole time. Of course, downside is I might select the wrong thing. Now that's a bit sucky. Cables. But first the IC programming motherboard. No, not that shit. Let's look for the headlines. Appliances, default. Hey, wait, what? Oh yeah, resources. Kits, food, huh. I see editor motherboard. Which section is this in? Default. And then need cables. No, too spooky. We had enough spooky for today, huh? Okay, that's certainly copyrighty. Ah, probably the same. Energy production will certainly be a focus at some point, but this is not now. I mean electricity production. So there's a chip here somewhere. This one. And I don't need it right now. Except I need it over here. Hey Google, turn on the fan. This thing should now have power. This should pump from the pipes, should be harmless. It has power. And this one should also have power. It has power. Okay. They are therefore also logic connected. The chip is also wired up and logic connected. We could soon... I mean, we can already test the cooling right now. Let's do that then. So I wanted to pump that back in here. And now, let's see. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's cool down the station from 190 degrees to whatever the fuck now happens. Where is it? Big moment. Save. Right, there's a little problem of the atmosphere being very thin in here, so we can't really gauge how efficient this thing will be once there's enough mass, more mass to be cooled, you know? Also, I should consider the problem of liquid in the pipe. Let's put a pipe, liquid drain up. Yeah, this needs to be programmed, man, it's so annoying. Well, 94 degrees in here, but it's descending, so it's in principle it's working. The question is how powerful is it once we have more pressure. So what's going on here? Here we have 60 megapascals, and there's still... How can there still be pollutant in there? Shouldn't all that pollutant already be over here? Let's see. Okay, here we have pollutant that is evaporating, which then of course leads to cooling. And there's some gaseous form. But why is this stuff not getting over there? I mean, how the fuck do you get rid of pollutant, man? Liquid pollutant. So, what were the 6 kinds of valves we have? There's the purge valve that is for liquid pipes. There's the pressurant valve, which is for liquid pipes. Either removes or adds gas. Then there's the active liquid drain, which drains a pipe of liquids, a liquid pipe. There is the condensation valve for when it condenses, and condensation is happening in the pipe. 21.5 moles. And for some reason it's not fucking off. Why not? I don't get it. Shouldn't it be less now? I don't understand how these things work, the condensation valve. And then there's the evaporation valve, which does the opposite. Allows for the removal of any liquids from a gas pipe into a liquid pipe. Only allows liquids to pass in one direction. So why is this then not being removed? What's the principle here? What is... I would take a screenshot. It's probably not a bug, but I want to understand it, man. Finally. I don't feel like stopping with this video right now, but I do feel like I should take a short break. But this, I like this track also. So let's take that break a little bit later. Man, the batteries are draining. Yeah, no wonder. Oh my god, we are already this cold. Minus 16 degrees. It's too cold in here. Hilarious problem to have. Hilarious, hilarious. I could, of course, drop some ice. So, what's the pressure in this pipe here? I need a pipe analyzer. I'm pretty sure I still have some electrum. I didn't stuff everything in the machine. steel, silicon. Electrum, 63. Maybe I had only 200 grams and one half is here, I believe. That was just the wrong decision at the right time. Or whatever the term should be. Room temperature, minus 11 degrees. How did we ever get here? Yeah, but there's lots of... I mean, 43% of this is polluted, man. 43%. Motherfucker. You know what? I guess I need a filtration unit that is dedicated for pollutant. How do I get stuff from a gas pipe to a liquid pipe? Well, with a pressure valve, of course. I could use a pressure valve to pump, Hey, why am I not doing that? Because then I'm pumping everything over there. I just want to pump the pollutant, that's the idea. But I guess I will need a dedicated filtration unit for pollutant, so I can also suck the air empty, dry, clean, or whatever. And this will take so much power, oh my god. Where will I get all of that? I don't know which episode, but one would definitely be entirely about the Stirling engine. Oh right, I have to think of the pressure. Still looking good. So, filtration unit. I realize this is the wrong printer, but I need an AC-10 also, so let's do that then. Filtration. Atmospherics. Okay. Still fine. Good thing coal is so powerful here. I mean, the generator. Filtration, filtration, filtration. So the idea would be I pump stuff from here and from the station. Both goes into this pipe. Then I will pump out again oxygen here and maybe CO2 also here. And but anyway, pollution goes into that thing with a pressure valve, which is of course once again a powered valve. So god damn it, where will I get all that power? On a planet that doesn't have any gases, basically. I mean, so whatever solution I find should be based upon something else. Do I need rocketry, damn it? Filtration. Input. I need an active vent, basically, yeah. what am I doing? So, okay, this thing should be the pollutant thing. Okay, this is all wrong. This is all wrong. Damn it, damn it, damn it. But there's pressure on this pipe. What can I do here? And here comes the break. Mission timer. Where are you? Dim 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 dim. Okay, mission timer commences. And counting. So we will just, I mean, this is maybe a stupid solution, but I will just do it anyway. I will just pump from here straight into this thing, whose purpose indeed it is to just get everything and anything. So I could just have left this here. A bit confused thinking. Through a pollution filter, and the pollutant then shall be pumped out here and will then go into a what's the thing? Pressure valve, which we now need. Do we have one? Yep. Okay, for that we need the pressure regulator kit. That's where it is. Ah, fuck. Stackers stackers are a nice thing, but that I have to turn this on every time. I can't program this, but that's what I have to do then. Pressure regulator. I will just make 2 already, because maybe we will have some overpressure situation, and then I will just vent to the planet, to the moon. And these things, of course, consume a lot of electricity. It's gonna be really the key fucking concern here. Pressure valve. What? Really? Handdrach. I mean, it just seems a bit arbitrary that sometimes you need this tool and sometimes you need that. I get multiple tools, okay, that's fine. But the choice of which tool when, that seems to be a bit fucked up. Ooh, okay. Nice. Cable. Okay.
Power low.
pollutant. See, I am surrounded by tons of problems, all of which I need to solve. I guess I need to first find some dirty solutions before I find elegant ones. Level 2 is basically look at this whole station and god damn it is it crap, but now let's make it less crap. Hey wait, shouldn't there be iron here? Yeah. Okay, turn on. This should not only turn off again. Okay, that this just vents to the atmosphere isn't the right move, I think. Because what's coming out of there is, for example, what is it? CO2, nitrogen, and O2. I wouldn't know why to put CO2 into the atmosphere here. So I want to gather CO2 and nitrogen in the tank. Or do I just want to gather... I don't know. It's not easy. Is that the input? Yep. Okay. A two-stage filtration. Have I ever done that? And whatever we want there is... where do we put it is the question. Do I have to expand it here too? Ah, come on. It's just placed in a stupid way. Okay. No. So what I would... maybe I should just say I want oxygen, explicitly only oxygen. I filter oxygen here, and whatever is not oxygen just goes into the reserve. It's at least an answer, it's at least a solution. Not the best solution. I really am not good at deciding things in the field like this. Yet. Oxygen. I have so much iron, I could make so many pipes. But I can't do that right now because the system necessary isn't in place. It's still minus 6 degrees. I wonder how warm, by the way, the stuff has become. Come on, continue. "19 degrees, unmoved. 28 degrees, okay, this stuff has gotten hotter. This stuff also has gotten hotter. Harmless, I know, but still. Imagine what would have happened if the pressure would have been 10 times higher. A tank next to this one. insulated? I would say so. Why are these pipes then not insulated? Because I'm stupid, that's why. Tack. No, this is not Polish. Yes, this is a tank insulated. Not for liquids. Copper, steel, silicon. But then I can't measure what's going on in the tank because the measure thingy is occupied. There's a measure thingy and...
Hunger caution.
Is there a... Oh! Oh, it's just a big one. I thought it was mirrored. Fuck. Why is there no mirrored version? Now, let me guess. This also doesn't fly. Because, yeah, it's occupied. Well, then just turn it around, I guess. No, no, not this way. Why would this be a suggestion made? Ah. Yeah, let's just use the mouse wheel then. Why does it start with yellow, then go... Oh, right, because too low pressure can also be stupid. Wow, I can't believe this has worked. This pipes oxygen into the room. Anything that's not oxygen goes into this insulated tank. And it gets whatever here is the not pollutant gas. And that will be pumped in there with pressure valve, maybe. So, time to save, I guess. Oh yeah, time to save, I guess. Shit, man, that feature was a stupid idea. Oh, it doesn't have power? Oh. I don't have cables? One should always have cables else catastrophic situations can emerge, like this one, for example. Really? finally we get some kind of clean atmosphere in here. Ah, fuck my life. Really tempted to program these. Yeah, what about... where would I put the computer? Well, the station is still completely wicked, but it's an interesting station. From 0 to this, not bad. But what a shit ton of work that was, god damn it. Curses, loud noises. Oh, that's neat, space saving.
Hydration critical.
Okay. Anything in here? Oh, there's pollutant in there? How the fuck did they get any pollutant into this pipe? I don't fucking get it. What was the opportunity for there to be pollutant in this pipe? Ever? It's not increasing. Yeah, because that's already empty. Well, let's see then what happens if I smelt some iron, you know? If I find it. Okay, we're getting pollutant in here. We're getting, for whatever reason, also pollutant in there, but not as much, basically none. So we should now only get CO2 in there. And of course, since it is connected to the pipes will bleed the thermal energy back into the room, which was not the goal, but yeah, well, it's too cold anyway, so currently not wrong. So now I want to use a valve, an active vent that pumps from this room also into this, so I can clean up the room. And everything that will come out again will be pure oxygen, nothing else. So we'll only have oxygen afterwards. Not the best answer, really, to the problem. Oh my god, so I need pipe valves. Let's make 2. I don't have enough iron. Can I get some iron, please? Oh yeah. And then I need pipe coal. And currently you're burning through energy like nothing. In other words, can we make some solar panels? For example, if I could swap these out against or some that turn at the sun. That would be very helpful. Needs gold and steel. Can make 11 regarding gold.
Power critical.
Copper. We don't have any more copper, man. Oh yeah. Now I need 2 pipe cows or more. Cows are evil, man. Oh, fuck. Yeah, right, I need more copper. Is this already burning or did I forget this? It's already underway, huh? Damage is 50%? Didn't I repair that already? Maybe I forgot that one. Or is it new damage? I guess I forgot it. But that I forget things is a thing that is known. So temperature 0 degrees. Pollutant still ridiculously high. Now I need, let's not just make 2 active vents. We always need those motherfuckers. Do I already have some, maybe? No. No. Guess I just made 3, huh? So I want to suck from the room into this general pipe here. That makes sense. What? This oh, my light's off. Where did that shadow suddenly come from? Well, it's the absence of light. Shadow is the absence of light. So, yep. So now our pollutant will be removed from the atmosphere and will land in there. Question is, how much room do we have? I mean, how realistic is this installation here? Okay, we're already approaching 1 megapascal, and the only pressure this thing can hold is like 5,000. Da-da-da. Because the assumption was it will become liquid, which it will after we reach like 2 megapascals. This is not a good long-term solution. But I can just say everything that's excess can be vented. Boy, okay, what are the things? I don't even have plants up yet. This is... what a fucking playthrough. I mean, every playthrough is somewhat different. This one is somewhat different. Yeah, copper. Do we have copper now? Thank you. Make the fucking solar panel, man. Meanwhile, I will put one up and try to program it. So let's see. How do I have to tackle this? I don't want to put up a second cable, but I guess I will not get around that. Maybe then I should put it here for easier testing. But you can't crawl in this game is really a downside, man. Enough for now. 2 more, okay. This makes sense. But where do I get the power? Bonk. So, what's the pollution doing in our atmosphere here? 12%, was it 40% earlier? So that's improving. Still a bit too high.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Oh, that was not the toxic warning. Interesting. I mean, it warns you of everything, doesn't it? So, solar panel dual. Let's program the motherfucker. Where's the computer? Where's the chip? We have a chip here. Another 50 watts, goddammit. 10 solar panels will not be able to cope with the chip that is needed to control them. And then there was that.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
And 200 watts. Yeah, that's where the preview window is. Need a daylight sensor actually. Huh. Not sure if this thing is stopped by this thing here, probably not. It's of course a fugly solution. I guess the angle is just wrong. Ah yeah, if you look at this, the sun is almost on the horizon, so almost perpendicular, but slightly up. This thing is almost perpendicular, but slightly askew. So I just don't know what the horizontal direction will now do. I mean, the sun is, of course, moving very slowly, so we can't really observe that. Ah, it's moving that direction, so that's alright. The vertical needs to be changed. So let's say move R1, or no, different. Subtract into R0 the difference between 90 and subtract R0 from 90. Let's see if that helps. I think that's exactly correct. Efficiency 59%. Yeah, well, a lot of shadow casting going on here. Let's put up a few more ones. Maybe I want to first make some cables. And turn this off, 200 watts, goddammit. And we need some copper. We have copper, don't we?
Hunger critical.
And now I need to find out what this whole new thing is doing that I put up here. So, how full is this thing? Okay, approaching 1 megapascal still. Oh, fine. This one is fine also. I mean, why is the pressure in here so high anyway? 578 kilopascals, and the room is... Oh man, this air exchange thing through the pipes is really slow. 600 kilopascals, and out here we have 2. But is it increasing even? So much CO2. Half of it is CO2, that's not bad. Don't tell me. Alright, there was no copper at all left, I think. Oh, there was copper, huh? Cable! I mean, let's look at this. This guy, 7 watts, and this guy, 51 watts. That's 51 watts is not bad. I mean, for Mimas. I mean, after all, that's how much one chip uses, you know? Yep.
Presence of multiple computers, cell phones, pagers, credit card swipers, and other technology. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
So this dude is making 10 watts right now. And this dude is currently making 63 watts. So more than 6 times. Now that's good. Now we're making 120-ish watts. These guys are charging very slowly, of course not strong enough, we need more. More. 1, 2, 3 more solar panels at least. Yep, still waiting for gold to be smelted, and then there will be copper. Oh man, okay, things are taking off slightly. What's with the electricity? What's coming in? So here we're consuming 800 watts, and what's coming in here is 2OK. Yeah, that's the problem. Thing is, we don't need the solar panels to be indoors at all. Why did I put them in here? Because... and that's a good reason, I think. And can I place these on the roof, actually? These dudes? No. Recycler. Fuck. That should have been gold. It was. The next one should be copper. Pressure, how are we doing? 34 degrees haben wir hier drin jetzt, ja. Pressure is still 2 kilopascals. Ridiculous. But at least the pollution is down. Too bad I don't really have any... well, I forgot to get some oxide. I mean, I have oxide somewhere here, but that's not much. Here, right? This gives me 2. Incoming currently 230 watts, outgoing 1000 watts. Shit. And this is only during the day, you know, during the night I have nothing coming in. So basically the idea would have to be that I add 2 more batteries above these, and then 4 more batteries here, and about at least 20 solar panels. Then we should have some proper energy economy here. However, I should of course look into the Stirling engine. Not for today, this video is long enough and I kind of feel tired. I fired? I don't feel fired, I mean, certainly not. They wouldn't fire one of the most valuable men, I'll tell you that. Food. But soon we can think about actually growing some food here.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Hunger caution.
I think I should go mining just for this blue stuff right here. That's a quick mine. By the way, do I still have some batteries to exchange? This music is wicked. I want to change. So this. Uh-huh. 2. Well, that's all we get anyway. Hey, before I do that, I should put up the solar panels. Benefits. So this one gets 23 watts now, and this one still gets 51 watts. 2 more right here. $63 watts. Orientation seems correct. Okay, I think the program is fine. And this one, 24 watts. Pitiful. Almost only 1/3. Is there more copper here? Oh, there's more copper here. Can we make another one? We can make 3 with this copper. We can make certainly 3 with this gold. Okay, let's make 3 more and expand the solar system. Solar system. Not bad. This that's a new one. I installed a solar system. I am God. Doesn't have to be right there, man. Anyway, so let's toss some stuff down. That should make a difference. Pressure, 4 kilopascals. Pollution is very much down. In other words, I no longer need to filter the station atmosphere. That saves us 100 watts. So coming in, 345 watts. Used 835. Three. Pressure 16 kilopascals. Insufficient. stupid me seems to have tossed its crowbar.
Power low.
And this is the first moment. Mark the mission time. I would actually mark the mission time. Screenshot of mission time. So after a mission time of 10 hours and 41 minutes, first time we can breathe in the station. Temperature is alright. Pressure is a bit low still, but better than nothing. Where's my fucking crowbar, if I may ask so? Wir strecken ihnen sogar die Hand entgegen. Varkas, 63. Kommt in. What's coming in? 380 watts coming in. 1000 watts going in. 1000? Why is it more now? Seriously, why is it more? I mean, it's 200 watts more. What changed? Well, since electricity is a problem, let's turn these dudes off and do some smelting of materials, henceforth, if possible, just in the furnace, which saves a lot of electricity. Normally I don't give a fuck about this, but on Mimas that's relevant enough, I guess. And the pressure is still too low, so... Could also prepare some... Maybe could place some solar panels outdoors. Solar. I have them on me. And these... That would just be recycled, I guess. Shameful. I actually have to close my helmet now. How awesome is that? That's a really nice track. Oh. Missing out on 120 watts because I don't have a cable. Yeah, the cooling system isn't yet automated, but it's effective. I mean, we cooled down the station to minus 10 or so degrees from over 100. So this cooling system, it works, and it can't get, well, brain freeze, you know? No. Fucking glass door. Yeah, they're still buggy. If I just unassign the outer door, which that seems to work, but then it doesn't. Already told them, but I guess this bug would stay for a while. The one at the top is... Huh? The one at the top is always the most recent added item. Yeah, the glass door wouldn't allow us to have the cable right here.
Hydration critical.
I mean, this station might be not up to standards, but it's somehow cool, I find. It is different, it has its own character. Will certainly lead us to things that we otherwise wouldn't have done. So now we have 120 watts coming in more, which means we're now at like 500-ish watts coming in. $500, yep. And outgoing, 500. Can't believe we currently have some quasi-equilibrium. If I quadruple my input, then we should actually be able to live through the night. Which is a big if. So what all these do is they are used for that guy, and since I'm already having a chip here, I will just do that automatically. So we save 20 watts, that's also not bad. Oh, I have to save, right. God damn it, this is a stupid idea of mine. Define. Hash. Structure. Fuck. Structure. Arc furnace. Runs, yeah. Structure arc furnace. Apparently I made a mistake. Either that or I tossed the wrench in there, whatever. Load batch slot into R0. Class arc furnace, slot 0, occupied some. Write batch into class arc furnace, activate 1. Conclusion, I tossed something in there that doesn't belong. And this needs to be cleaned up. Yeah. So many things to do. Wrong conclusion. That wasn't the right move. I should have turned off the what's his face? Vent also. So, what's the programming mistake then? I only have one arc furnace, so that can't be the reason. So, load batch slot into R0 from all arc furnaces. Slot 0, weather occupied. Oh, right, stupid, fuck. Of course. Not just one, but... Yeah. Test smelt. Yep, okay. Now we can remove these chips. Saved 20 watts. There's a shit ton of cables also. Oh. Well, not a metric chip, not a chip ton. Uh-huh. Yeah, I was just interrupted, or... Yeah, probably. But incoming 500 watts, outgoing 500 watts. Nothing remaining. Outgoing 300 watts, incoming 500. We have surplus right now, this moment. Not big and not lasting here, because now we have 800 watts outgoing. So situation is still dire, and I don't yet have any food or water production. I still have enough water, it's not a problem. Lots of things still to do, but I can say we're kind of getting there. And I can breathe around the station. Not that my closed helmet would agree, but that stupid asshole doesn't even know what it's talking about. Man, these culling effects are so brutal to the eye. Trying to find a nice angle for a screenshot. And that's the end of the video. Achieved quite a lot today, possibly even some enlightenment, huh? What do you think? Good night.